years have come and gone since that day. How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called.
Makes sense if you presume it's been us since 1.0, Camper. No fight left to fight. No life left to live. One of the few times we see this kind of thing happening in lore. Although he can apparently swap in combat, we can't. Now, when I remake FF3...
What sayest thou, Master Montoya? We may accept this fate, or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles.
That says everything about Yulmore in just 2 seconds, doesn't it? The decadent shantytown and the decrepit shantytown and the decadent palace beyond it. 2 seconds says everything it needs to about that place. Not all of it, Ross, no. Some of this will be new for me.
This town certainly has changed. We've looked at all the photos.
Yeah, we're going to start really ramping up the visual storytelling in Shadow. There's Gunbreaker, best class in the game. This is Thancred.
I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Ophelia.
Recognize the song? It's an FF3 riff. The Eternal Wind, specifically. Dancer, by the way. The other best class in the game. And also Viera becoming playable.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone.
God, I love that intro. Sorry. Whew. Yeah, no, 2 pluses for that intro. I've seen better, but that's really good. Yeah, Dark Knight was established way back in Heavensward. Can you believe that? Lots of symbol. It's not just a cool intro. It's not just visual candy. There's symbolism, there's storytelling, there's laying bricks, there's hooks, there's foreshadowing, there's all sorts of awesome stuff there. And yeah, did you catch that? Archer 1.0 to Warrior, ARR to Dragoon, Heavensward to Monk, Stormblood to Samurai, technically also Stormblood, to Dark Knight. Oh, we're about to get pretty dark, Ross. And I don't mean that like in you know the obvious shadow way. I mean the storytelling's gonna get very DS9, if you know what I mean. Oh, thank you, Polikos. Much obliged. And I will absolutely jot that down for Diablo 1. You got it. Oh yeah, Shadowbringers is just dark. By my definition of storytelling. And yeah, it's ironic, you know. So, we're actually over here. Ryle and Alize are not there waiting for us. Instead, it is Tataru. Hang on. Yeah, okay. Just thinking. Oh yeah, I wanted to say something, right. Sorry. I wanted to give a really small speech. I hope at least some of y'all care about this, because I don't know. I like sharing my perspectives as I've been going through this game. Because y'all heard my story, right? Like, I started up in 1.0 and I hated it because it's the worst game ever made. And then I moved on to ARR several times and finally stuck with ARR for quite a bit until I got just frustrated with ARR because ARR kind of sucks. Put it down, picked it back up, and had the great fortune of hitting the ARR patch quests, which were pretty good, and then going straight into Heavensward. Unfortunately, by this point in time, being able to play with my friend was getting more and more frustrating and effectively never stopped being frustrated. And because of that frustration, the negatives started being more noticeable to me. The pebble in my shoe was there for, I think, literally about a year of real life time, and I was just getting worse and worse and worse. And all the issues across Stormblood started to really get to me until finally I put the game down in 4.1. Or 4.2, whatever it was. But it was in pretty early on in Stormblood's patch content. Put the game down, walked away for a long time. In fact, I had every intention of never going back to the game. Because I don't play MMOs by myself. And Pacts wasn't playing it because we couldn't play together. And Garrett wasn't playing it because we couldn't play together. And that was the end of it. So as far as I was concerned, FF14 was off the board. Then Rax, specifically, along with quite a few people who were donating to the show, because this was the early times of when we started donating for streams to happen, were like, hey, what if we donate for you to play Shadowbringer? And I was like, okay, I guess. I mean, I couldn't think of a good reason not to. I couldn't think of a real big reason to say no to that. So I was like, alright, fine, sure. Pushed through the Stormblood patch content. Liked some of it, disliked some of it, but overall I was like, okay, you know, this is good, fresh perspective. But the point is, I walked into Shadowbringers for the first time fresh, and wasn't in the mindset to enjoy it, if that makes any sense. You know, the exact same mindset I'll be walking into Elden Ring with in a few weeks. I don't anticipate enjoying it. And that's the mindset I walked into Shadowbringers with. Now, there are flaws in Shadowbringers, and to say otherwise would be, you know, derogatory. It would actually be to the detriment of the work as a whole, to try and ignore the flaws within the work. But I walked into Shadowbringers expecting not to like it, and I just wanted you to have that mindset in mind when I first went into this. Good news! We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd have found if the Ironworks and the Sons had not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty, still checking rocks and peering over nook and cranny. Still, there's a lot of ground to cover. Yeah, let's go friggin' help them, then. Very true, Ross. It is not that uncommon. Ironically, the opposite is also not uncommon. Sometimes I walk into a work expecting to like it, and I don't, and that's always disappointing. So anyways, there's a boat. Let's go. Oh yeah, Outer Worlds. That was a big one. And Mummy Demastered. Oh man, I was so hoping for Mummy Demastered. And then I walked into Cyber Shadow like, okay, this is going to be crap. And I still praise the crap out of Cyber Shadow. So yeah, it's what it is. I only bring that up though because thankfully this has gotten a lot less common. But every now and again someone will say, Lore, your expectations color your perspective. And it's like, no. I'm sorry, but statistically speaking, I actually have enough historical proof to literally point to and say, no, my expectations don't really color my reviews anymore. I have had too many examples of situations in which I have walked in expecting X, gotten Y, and gone right with it, you know? But I did want you to understand my expectations walking into this, because I mean, imagine walking into Legion, which is what this is the equivalent of. Have you noticed the pattern is almost continuing? It's not 1-to-1, but ARR is kind of vanilla. Heaven's Word is kind of BC and Wrath mixed into one. I know that sounds like a weird comparison, but it's true. And then we skip forward a little bit because Stormblood is Warlords and Shadow is Legion. The New Vegas one, Jorian, sorry. I'm completely with you. Which is funny because both Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds were funded. Yeah, there's not really a kata because ARR was kind of the kata. And 1.0 is its own thing because nothing is as bad as 1.0. Yeah, well no, Endwalker would be BFA then, if we were to continue the analogy. Or maybe it's Wrath, or maybe it's Pandaria, who knows, I don't know. As a reminder, I haven't touched Endwalker, and I would thank everyone who has been very cool so far, by the way. Huge praise, but I would continue to thank everyone to continue to stay quiet about Endwalker. I don't want no spoilers, I want no mentioning. And I can explain that if I have to, for anybody who's never heard me use that phrase. Thank you, Ciela, as always. Much appreciate and much obliged, and I will put that towards Diablo 1. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Don't even comment. That's what no mentioning means. Right there. That's exactly right. No men. No men. The search continues. Right. We're looking for this beacon. Alright, what do we got down here? Coltonay, what's going on? The air here weighs heavily on me. 'Tis little wonder, I suppose, when standing in the shadow of such an imposing structure. Yeah, you could see a bit of the labyrinth, the Alagon labyrinth there. I guess I could do this. There you go. Now you can see a bit more of the labyrinth that we're kind of digging down. Remember, this thing was actually shoved down into the earth and only recently brought back up, if you remember all the way back at CT. Well, part of the other problem, too, Blade Traval, is I'm really good at putting pieces together. I don't even mean to do it, it's just the way my brain works. I'm not saying I'm smart. But what I mean is, there has been several times where someone's like, da-da-da-da-da-da, and I'm like, oh, so in other words, this. And they're like, And so I end up, someone mentions something, and because of context clues, it spoils me, right? Because I put the pieces together, and it's like, oh, okay. So yeah, no mentioning, please. You all have been super awesome. I do appreciate it very much. I would like to continue the trend. I would like to walk into Endwalker with the one and only spoiler that I already know. Yeah, that I was gonna say, it's happened on camera, Omega Legion. It is a pretty big spoiler. I'm not even going to tell you what it is.
Look how many people there are.
Not for a while. I will point it out when we get to it. I will.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
He's still shy. It did, you're right, Ross.
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
You know, I'm not sure, Jorian. I think there was like one other scene, maybe, but I'm not even sure about that. It's like Hoary Boulder. He's talked like, what, once, twice?
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
Well, sorry, I wasn't counting ARR.
If you like.
Because ARR was the different team. So anything in ARR I wasn't actually counting. But I believe you in Heavensward. I think there was like a scene or two in Heavensward.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Yeah, no kidding, Asdamine. The FF14 community has been very legit. It's actually quite awesome. Speaking of which, y'all have been legit, too, if I haven't said that enough. What's this?
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
So it went by quickly, but did you see the Ironworks logo there?
What's that you got there?
You're awesome, Zedslayer. No memeing, no joking.
Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
There's the beacon.
You are right.
What's happening?
Fun thing about portal magic. It's much easier to teleport someone
Focus on my voice.
who has an anchor that you can attach the spell to.
Expanse, contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
And Tataru, as always, is Tataru. God, I'm so looking forward to this. It's probably obvious from my mood. But yeah, it's like transporting in Star Trek. You can beam someone up in Star Trek. It just takes time and effort and scanning and work. But if you have a transporter tag, boom! Just instantaneous. Same concept. He's been trying to beam us up for the last several patches. But he finally has that beacon, he finally has that lock, and he can finally actually lock onto us and grab us.
It is a day for faded dreams. The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
Au chiffon.
There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
Gaius. I mean, there's a lot here. I'm just pointing out some of the big ones.
Right.
And of course,
Everything that was
Ardbert.
asked of us, and still it came to this.
The only one we actually reached for. And as a reminder, we are going through time, dimensions, and space. And we're getting a glimpse of something which will be explained later.
Your time has not yet come.
welcome to the first. I love how it looks. I really do. I think I said this the last time I streamed this. This is so much what I always wanted from FF3. Look at it. Just look at it. Not that person. Ignore that. It's not quite that bad, Von Falkenstein, but you'll see a bit of the problems this world is facing soon. Oh, it absolutely is, Omega Legion. I'm sorry, I did not, Zach Taft. I apologize. God, so much of this makes so much more sense now, too. Welcome to the Crystal Song Forest. What's funny is, Crystal Song Forest, if you know the lore of it, which I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't, because they ejected those quests from WoW, is actually really horrible in lore. Which I bring up, because so is this. It is absolutely awful.
Dreams I awake.
And by the way, another graphics bump from Stormblood.
Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
This is when the zones start to be actually well designed, in my honest opinion. There's one exception to that, but for the most part. Unfortunately, no, Von Falkenstein. It's some good world building and some good background lore, but I was trying to condense for the Lorecraft series, so... Yeah, there's two places I would want to settle if I had a choice in Shadowbringers, and this is one of them. Nah, I don't like Dark Knight. Screw Dark Knight. I spit on it. Tooey. I've got something much better to be. Remember him? Or rather them?
Where to meet someone out here is not a peddler himself. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
No, I'm gonna go Reaper for this one. Are you kidding me? What do you mean this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time.
Ironically, no Gunbreaker will be Endwalker.
And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also going to do a bit of a dancer thing.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
Yeah, grandfather in about 100 years, roughly 3 generations ago.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Moogle, Jeff. Glug, glug, glug.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around.
See you around, camper.
Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the crystarium.
I'm never going to pronounce it that way, don't ask me to. It's hard enough for me to do A. Ah is how that always comes out of my mind. So I'm going to keep calling it the crystarium. Sorry. Hey, look.
Dizzying heights
The
in
Crystal Tower.
the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy.
Yeah, that should prompt anybody who's paying any attention to lore should immediately be like, what? What's a Crystal Tower doing here?
All begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
So, my first thought upon seeing that, I forget if I said that, but my first thought upon seeing that was, oh, so each world, because I knew we were on the first, each world had its own Allagons and built its own crystal towers. That's kind of a cool way to do that. You know, reflections of each other, etc. Put a different way, there's a strong theory that there are repeated patterns, historically speaking, so that if you were able to, hypothetically, split Earth into two, even though they would have two completely different histories, there would be repeated beats. There would probably still be a World War I. It would be different World War Is. It would be different people in different circumstances. It would go different ways, but there would still be a World War I, which ended the Age of Empires and the Age of the Casus Belli in both worlds, because that's just kind of how that pattern goes, right? Just, it's a theory, obviously, because this is the realm of fiction, but you get the idea. So yeah, this is Lakeland. It's my own terminology, Lord Harriman. Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. Like, it's a pattern. It was gonna happen at some point or another, in some way or another. At least that's the theory.
Halt!
Huh? Oh, I gotta get her name.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
Hang on a second. I need to get several notes, actually. Please forgive me while I type a little bit here. Actually, I can do this. I'll do this.
This is the threshold of the crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
That's an interesting question. I come from the source is going to be my answer. Ul'dah. Ironically, my first thought is Ishgard, but, you know, I'll go with the source.
The source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure she's a dancer. And thus we see dancer pretty early on. Chakrams, that's what they use. Notice the ring?
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
Yeah. That's why they bothered to emphasize the ring so much when we were talking to the guy. They even do this just to make sure, in case you missed it.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Imagine...
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known.
Please think for just a moment the relief that's probably just washing over him right now. Really think about it. Years.
Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Multiple attempts, von Falkenstein. For him, it's been a while.
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief.
And I hate to re-emphasize this, but I really want to make this clear. He was aiming with the equivalent of a magical sniper rifle to another planet in another dimension across time. Yeah, what he was doing was not easy at all. I am astonished he pulled it off at all, to be completely blunt.
And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Do you have any idea how much trouble? No. I just need to know if my friends are here. My party. Which I'll talk about that in just a moment, too. Don't let me forget to talk about that.
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
Oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if you caught this, but he's also really honest, very upfront with us. Which is good, because he should be, in order to gain our trust and our respect. But there's another reason for that, too. I'm going to talk about that. Don't let me forget to talk about that. I got a lot of things to talk about in this one. I'm most familiar with Shadow of the expansions, ironically. So I'm really looking forward to talk about a lot of stuff here. This is when we're going to be most lore run of the lore run so far.
Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
By the way, you're awesome too, US and Coro.
It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost.
Do me a favor, think about Earth for just a second. Think about 90% of the surface of the planet. That's including the oceans. Think about how much that is. In fact, you know what? Let's do some math right now. Let's do it. Surface of the Earth. What do we got? Okay, now I think that includes the ocean. So hang on. Alright, so I've got my number. Now let's figure out how big Australia is. Let's find this out. Okay, a little bigger than Australia. Hang on. Let's find Europe. Nope, Europe's not a good one. Alright, let's try North America. I think my numbers are off. I think that's just... Yeah, it is. That's fine. Okay, so actually, there we go. Okay. So yeah, it looks like... This is really rough. But yeah, it looks like a chunk of Canada is effectively what's left of the planet. Sorry, my original number was off, which I suspected. So never mind. Yep, nope, that's... That's, yeah. Just think about that for a second. That's all that's left. Everything else is just the burn. And I'm not even exaggerating about that. We actually see a little bit of the rest of the planet. It looks like the burn. It's just empty, dead, white waste.
And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now.
Oh yeah, by the way, post, because I've gotten that question before. This is post-apocalypse.
Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
That is a valid perspective, Reggie. I won't even argue it.
And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the First, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the crystarium.
I stand by my statement, though. This is post-post. They have managed to build a new society. There are trade roads. There are interconnections between people. There is something of a... they're not just at the survival state. They've gotten to the existing state after the apocalypse. The catch and the caveat, and why I agree with Reggie, is because this is a unique apocalypse that hasn't actually stopped yet. It's just, it's stalled long enough for people to get to what I call the post-post area. And yeah, it is also actively regressing. Crystarium, by the way, favorite city. Anybody else out there?
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death.
Yeah, exactly, Blade Javal.
No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
I noticed who's speaking. I'm just going to give that away. That's the voice actor for Ardbert from back in Heavensward. So they brought that actor back to voice him. Remember, he and the Warriors of Darkness were from this planet, from the First. Hey! What's up, everyone? Is it still daytime? Yep, nope, we still have the day skybox. Yeah, they start using layering better here, by the way. Something I've talked about only briefly, because as weird as it may sound, FF14 usually doesn't really use layering like WoW does. But this is when they start to really use layering. Oh yeah, by the way, the weather right now is everlasting light. As you can see. But yeah, hi everyone. Speaking of which, I think we'll go ahead and officially switch to Reaper now, and just kind of stick with this for a while. I don't actually remember how long it is to the first dungeon. It's going to be Holminster Switch. I think we have to do, like, one subzone first. Aww! Thank you, Giga. Wish I could eat and drink at the same time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a minute before we get to Holminster. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, that's a cosmetic! Or is it? How do I use this? I'm confused by this. What are these? Nomad meat pie. What's a housing item? Oh, that's... I definitely have a house. Wink. Hopefully I'll have a house in a few weeks here. In Ishgard. Thank you. Who's that? Reggie? Yep, that's Reggie. Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Giga. Alright, so I'm gonna need one of those. I'll delete this. I just got this from Lahi. What is this? Do I have this? I didn't have that. Oh, wow. Do I have this one? I didn't have that one either. Holy crap. Let's get rid of some of this crap. There we go. And go ahead and pop this while we're here. Alright. Alright. Welcome to the Crystarium. I do not have an apartment. I probably should at some point, but I mean, you know. Yep, Reaper mastered. I mean, I am level 90 Reaper. full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. Yeah. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful if you were to first get a firmer grasp of the situation here. So, do me a favor, talk to the crystarium civic leaders, which I'm quite aware of. As usual, here's the town. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetherite, a convenience with which I am sure you are all too familiar. Being a rightful object of my summoning spell, you in theory be able to reach all the way back to your etheric trail and find a connection to the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete Atonement before venturing any further. Hint, hint. After you've done so, you can go up and go to the crystalline mean. That's the crafter area. Which I have done I have spent many hours in the crystalline mean. Another is Morin. To reach him in the Cabinet of Curiosities, you go down into that area. I will admit there's one thing I don't like about the crystarium, and that would be the gameplay navigation thereof. It's not super well laid out from a gameplay perspective. In fact, I actually gave it a negative for the side quests, if you were paying attention. Yeah. Yeah, its layout takes some getting used to, and honestly, I only know it as well as I do because I've spent so much freaking time here crafting. Anyways, when they ask when you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you lay claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There's an unspoken rule about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. And yeah, there's a lot of walking, the position of the thing. Like I said, gameplay-wise, I hate to do this, but I'm going to give a gameplay negative for the crystarium. Oh, I already did. Never mind. I already gave a gameplay negative for the crystarium. Because, I mean, this map does not convey what we're looking at. This place is actually a rather vertical place. It's got 3 overall floors, which don't go anywhere. Like, down here, there's 2 floors. Over here, there's actually 3. Up here, there's 3. Down here, there's 1. That's actually underground. And so forth and so on. So yeah, absolutely guaranteed gameplay negative, which, again, I've already given, because this place sucks. Gameplay-wise. Story-wise, on the other hand, it absolutely gets a plus to story, because duh, essentially. No, you're absolutely right. Good gameplay city design in MMOs is actually quite rare. Like, even Shatrith, which came close, still had its issues. And now, to kill my party! Alright, there we go. Let's move on. Alright, a camp mount. I'd have to really think about it to think of a city that I thought had a good gameplay layout. I'm technically already attuned here, so whatever. Oh god, Undercity is terribly laid out. Undercity is going to get at least 1 negative just for its layout. Never mind its map. And it's color-coded nowadays just to try and help. They even nerfed the elevator. Didn't really help that much. Now you got me thinking of a city that would actually be a plus to gameplay in any MMO. Admittedly, Dalaran's actually pretty legit, so Dalaran, specifically Legion's Dalaran, might qualify. God, that might be it. Like, Zuldazar, probably more than 1 story positive. Zuldazar gameplay-wise, no, Zuldazar sucks to navigate. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. And excuse me, sir, are you come to the city? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles and, yes, hi, right. What I mean is, have you already books with you? A rumbled scroll, even? A scrap scribbled on parchment? My apologies, literature's something of an obsession of mine, as well as my profession. Librarian Morin, at your service. This humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land is wrought by the flood, unquestionably, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what happened to the cabinet? Looking for anything in particular? Maybe a spot of academic research? Oh, you're interested in modern history? Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel prospects. I quite agree. If you prefer something visual to accompany the account, I have just the illustrated history book for children. Give me a minute, I'll fetch for you. And while he's doing that, you got it, Shadow Machine. Thank you, as always, for watching my show, Shadow Machine. And I will jot that down for Gravity Falls. There we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself comfortable? On with the lesson then, I guess. Yeah, who even knows who the Ronkins are, am I right? 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, the light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across the planet. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it seemed all would be lost, a savior appeared before us, the Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and the approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrent, and Norvrent alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in other forms. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvrent's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. Yeah, I'm not going to mention what I'm a warrior of. And thus did the world become as it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I'd be glad to retell it. Or if you'd rather speak with the other matters, it'd be my pleasure. I'd be glad of the company. And we never talked to him again. But it's okay, he has Giga Pudding to keep him company. Who's going to delete that character the moment she can cross server travel, you watch. And then he'll have no one to talk to. That's this one. Yep. Yeah, hi, I'm the Warrior of Light. Get him! Yeah, look, here's some quests that I've actually done some of already. Anyways. Cast it into the fire! Destroy it! It's the only way to get rid of the pig. And turn it into delicious bacon. Rare to see a place so well stocked with good, isn't it? But not here. Yeah, I'm a Reaper. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than out there. Safer and more civilized, too, thanks to the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources, craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Ooh, bacon and eggs. I actually have bacon and eggs right now. Just don't go thinking it'll be handed to you on a plate like those Yulmorian layabouts, world building. Here in the crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? I'm a culinarian. Which is probably the crafting profession I most associate with. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if not for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. Also, culinarians. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulling the whole thing out of thin air. Really? It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around the base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the crystarium began. At the exarch's invitation, buildings started showing up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into a thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades, yet the eldest among us swear the exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he's never let us down. Yeah, exactly, Jorian. Well, guess I was wrong about the Crystal Tower. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see if any crafting talent. Well... Just ask for Catless. You'll find a niche here in the mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and toining. Let's see. I think this is the one I did. I did one to completion. I feel like it's that one. And then I started another one, which I feel like was this one, or the one over here. Might have been that one. God, I don't even remember. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll show that. We'll talk about those. Those are effectively role quests. Crafter role quests. I don't know what they actually call those. Ooh. Unfortunately, those aren't part of New Game Plus, so I can't show those off. Sorry. I was doing it to level crafting back in the day. Before Endwalker even came out. Agreed on role quests. But, thank you, Papa Neeks. As always. And I will always appreciate. Thank you. I'll jot that down for Arkham Origins. If you give me a moment. Sorry. Neck. Here's the vendor area, aka the least important section of the place. Although there is a board here, so you know. I don't mean to dogpile on class quests, because to be completely honest, I didn't really have a negative towards class quests until this review. At which point I just screw class quests. Like, there are some gems there, some absolute gems, but it's like slogging through gravel to find a diamond. Just, no, gravel that's in mud. So it's like, come on, come on, come on. There's a gem. Anyway, sorry. Don't worry, I've actually already done the Void quest, so it's in New Game Plus, Gundanium. And I'm already prepped to do all the role quests in Endwalker. I've actually already done the prep work for that, so woo. Welcome, my name's Bragi. I'm master of these markets. Oh god, that would be awful, Papanese. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for elves, such as yourself. I'm sorry, did you say elves? Something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this one out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume. The taller one's an elf. Sturdy over there is a Guldgent. I'm not going to remember any of these, by the way. Whilst the one with horns is a Dran. And that's an Amalja, right? Nope. That's a Zune. Or a Zun? God, I don't even know. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Yeah, remember I started off the stream a bit after this. I don't actually remember the exact point. I mean, it's part of visual record. You can go find the VOD, but... So, same as the exarch. Ah, that explains it. Yeah, Azun is a bad music player. Ouch. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass by in recent years. Despite their obvious learning, they floundered over simple things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or custom, I'll be here to answer your questions. Yeah, they're actually pretty welcoming here. Theory time. One of those... Hi, Bregman. Mwah. One of those theories that is a theory is the idea that good and bad flow from the top. Organizations, a fast food place, a club, a nation, a city. If you have someone good at the top and they're constantly pushing good down, then the people tend to be pretty chill. If you have someone bad at the top and they consistently push bad down, things tend to be garlemald. Now, this is a theory, so I don't know if it's true, but I've had the theory for quite a while that a lot of the good, let's call it what it is, chill people, you know, the people who are just cool, tend to settle here in the crystarium because of this boy right here. Because of him. By contrast, look at who ends up settling over in Yulmore. Yeah. Don't mistake me, there's exceptions on both sides, but, you know. But that's the realm of theory. Aw. I missed a hug. Oh well. Air hug, 6-foot hug. How'd you fare? Did the colleagues help you form a clearer picture of the world and its people? Why, yes. Have some things. Seems you were treated as a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but it was necessary you grasp these things. Whoa, God! I mean, I get you, Reggie, but, you know... Yeah, Yulmore is... Whew! We'll get to Yulmore. We'll get to Yulmore. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted the details were sparse. The structure is the same one from the source, which immediately raises a question mark, because remember, we literally teleported from the base of the Crystal Tower to here. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. Let me say that again in case you missed that. He teleported the Crystal Tower here, in part, as a test run for teleporting us. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, that's ridiculous, but do please remember how big our battery is. How dense and how powerful and how much ether we have in lore. There's a reason we're the Star Destroyer, right? So actually, there's a bit of logic to that. Most fiction, most fantasy follows the same general rule. The more powerful the thing to move through, the more difficult it is to do. This is actually a huge plot point over Warcraft, for example. And it's why so many people can't just say, boom, and summon Archimond and be done with something, right? I just wanted to point that out, because it makes a degree of sense that he would want to use something huge in order to get something huge. Because there's more nuances to this. I just wanted to point this out as we're going. Anyways, so I don't know the era from which I tore it from. I do know that it's a rival serf to set the wheels of fate in motion. Yeah, power bandwidth, that's a good way to put that. And yes, the tower is also a battery, which we already know, because we've already encountered that with you know, our Crystal Tower. You've done as requested and learned of the world which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain. Oh yeah, real quick. Another plus to story. I'm just gonna give a lot of pluses to Shadowbringer. You're all just gonna have to live with that, I'm sorry. We'll cover that, Kata, don't worry. We'll get there. We will cover all the things. Like I said, this is the most lore run of the lore run, is Shadowbringers, and it'll be fascinating. I think it'll be fascinating. Look, I'm a geek, okay? What do you want from me? Part of the reasons, hi Rai, part of the reason I've been pointing out all of the little plot points, though, is I'm pointing out the good writing on display. There's a lot of bricklaying going on here. What I call it, when someone mentions something storytelling-wise, usually as an aside, or just part of another sentence, that's supposed to catch your eye, or your ear, or your mind, or whatever, and it's a brick there that they can then build upon later. Summoning the Crystal Tower here, or the 100 Years thing, the generational conflict, the Warriors of Light being evil. All these things are bricks that they've been laying down, all in just this one quest. So, this is a conversation I would have in the privacy of my quarters. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I'll let the guard know. Just like that, then. I'm going to go and say Garahatia is... Because, you know, this place was sealed by Garahatia. I'm not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? Explain. Extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery for another time. For now, I think it best we focus on the present. For those of you wondering why I point that out, remember Grahatia sealed the damn tower until someone could open it. So the implication here is that the tower was opened by the time the Crystal Exarch got a hold of it. Greetings, the Exarch awaits. Look familiar. Yeah, should sound familiar too.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source.
So I'm going to jump in here. I've actually already technically given this story negative in the past. I'm pretty sure I'm going to reconfirm this. It's probably actually going to be 2 story negatives, but I want to explain why very briefly. First of all, the time dilation actually opens up several potential plot holes, which they just completely gloss over for effectively no reason. The way they describe it is that the passage of time is elastic. So the amount of time that spends here still is just variable, so sometimes they link up and sometimes they don't. That's problem number 1. Simply introducing that kind of a thing to your story is a huge plot, I don't want to say plot hole, but it's more like a plot problem, which needs to be addressed with your storytelling, which they don't. Problem number 1. Problem number 2, they apply this whole time gap thing for no reason. And that's irritating, because you establish and spend all this time on this whole thing, and then just brush over it like it's been a week. Now, the thing is, you could actually keep both of these things and shrink it much more, and it would still actually apply. Thancred has been here for, let's say, 5 months. And honestly, just shrink years into months, and all of it applies more or less literally. Thancred's been here for 5 months, and Urianger and Ashtola have been here for 3 months. And I know what you're thinking, but that's so short of a period of time, and in which case you don't know how much can happen in 3 months, or 5, for that matter. Plenty of time for them to establish themselves and be of the tone and mentality that they're going to be when we meet them. Unfortunately, I agree with that, Rax, and that's the problem, is I feel like the reason... So, let me go and give the final thing here. How many of you have ever studied... Yeah, take the fast 5 months. How much has happened in the last 5 months? How many of you have ever studied the making of Episode 1, Phantom Menace? I know this is a weird direction to go in, but I swear I'm going somewhere with this. In Phantom Menace, I forget the exact numbers and the exact positions, so please forgive me. But while writing out the script, while mapping out the script, pulling up the skeleton for what would become the prequel trilogy, because remember, he wrote the trilogy Bones originally, which is one of the things the prequels actually did a good job with. He realized he had a time problem, because he had already established timelines in the previous trilogy, and those were pretty much set in stone. There was no changing that. So he was stuck forcing certain things to be weird because he had no choice. Anakin had to be a child, and Padme had to be already in her teenage years because of the things. And there's other things that are a result of this as well, but the point is several of the timeline problems that so many of us have complained about in the prequels all happened because he was backed up into a corner. Lucas faced the choice that many writers do. Retcon or write around it. He chose to write around it, and I think that's exactly what happened here. No real shame in that, I should probably point out, and I've done that too. Most writers run into that problem. It's pretty common to write yourself into a corner because you can't think of everything. Even if you're an excellent writer who maps everything out, sometimes you just forget stuff, right? So it is my opinion that what actually happened here is they had effectively written themselves into a corner, and they were like, Well, that doesn't make sense. Like, in lore, that's only been, like, a year at most. Maybe 2. You're right, that's not going to fit what we need at all. Well, what do we do? Well, we need to stretch it out. Well, we could add some time dilation. Yeah, but that's going to introduce other problems. All right, why don't we make it so the time dilation stops when this happens? And that's effectively what they went with, right? So as much as I am giving this a negative, and I am, I just wanted to talk this out loud and say that, well, this isn't really bad writing so much as it is, here.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
Tell you what, Blade Trevall, I will write down a potential second negative, because it has to do with some specific interactions later, and that's really the thing that kind of causes the problem. So I will absolutely 100%, no arguing it, give the one negative right now. We'll debate the other one. Let's do that.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
Yeah, this is why I mentioned that Thancred doesn't see us for 5 years, by the way.
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well.
Nice aim.
As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
Thancred once again naked. That's just his shtick, I guess.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me.
I mean,
they are stranded here, unable to return.
Please remember that this also applied to Alize, and Alphino, and Y'shtola, and Urianger. So yeah, what have we been up to this whole time?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least.
Yeah, 5 years ago.
As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the scions' mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Watched his own brother die.
Did the scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and You need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
For the moment.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
He's so eager. I'm gonna AFK very briefly. Sorry, I have a package, which I'm just gonna go pick up from the door really quick, then I'll be right back. Well, it's been 5 years. 5 years. I did actually get something cute delivered, along with some beef jerky and something from my kitchen, which is boring but awesome. The cute thing is a little help you learn how to read book for my niece. Oh yeah, I recently discovered a nice supplier of pound bags of jerky, which will last me for quite a while. So I get it every few months. Alright, so I think everyone agrees that we should give all the negatives to this game. All of them? Just the whole thing. You're starting in both residential districts, but I've been informed a room just is available in the pendants. Oh, nice. Depends on my mood, play Travel. My personal favorite is actually just really boring peppered. Excuse me. There we go. Well, it's very simple, USN Corp. First I'm going to murder you. Then I'm going to murder Gigapudding. Then I'm going to murder Reggie. Then I'm going to murder a lot of other people. But then you'll all merge into one person, and all of chat will actually just be one person. That's going to be weird, but we'll make it work. Oh no, just by itself, Grim Whisperer. I mean, I could make my own jerky, but... You are all the same person. Once rejoined, obviously. Oh god, Fife, no. Wait, I haven't seen... No, I have seen that boss, right. Yeah, that'll be fun.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Oh, nice. Congrats, offshore Twitch account. What kind of pizza you getting? God, I know, Reggie.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Hand wave, hand wave.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, The local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter.
Hand wave, hand wave.
Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the town.
Yeah, let's be clear, this is a huge, just go with it. Just go with it. I've actually made fun of this before, because one of the things that amuses me is how much FF14 insists on explaining away gameplay elements and lore, and sometimes it's a little bit... really?
Some of which may be familiar to you.
Yep. You gotta start... Yeah, look at my reaction. Look at my reaction to that.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world.
No, what's funny is this is a hand wave that actually goes somewhere.
Avan Kerm Sin?
Are you there, friend?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
Yeah, they're Scottish.
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Magica reference.
But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass.
So all I have to do is think about me owning the scions and they'll come back with me? Actually, that's going to be a plot point later, believe it or not.
From this moment forth I will be your Isnefis, and you my Snayak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
So they'll be our beautiful branch, and we will be their adorable sapling.
Raise your hand.
I would, just to be clear, never make a pact with a Fae like this. Feo Ul happens to be cool, so we lucked out here, but... yeah, we really luck out with this one. Pixies are terrifying, even in this setting.
'Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling.
Wait till I point out some of the things that the pixies get up to when we get to that zone, because I will.
Come then, make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Well, I was gonna sell some things on the auction house.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Actually, yeah, go talk to Taru for me. And yep, there it is.
Consider it done.
You know that's true, Zavakov. If you want to be a Fey Warlock, that's a thing in 5th edition. It's terrifying because all the abilities and spells you get from being a Fey Warlock.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings.
And it's all about status effects and mezzing and just messing with people. And there's some fun, evil, horrible stuff you can get up to with that build.
They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
And thank you, Haley's, as always, for that sub. If you know where you want to put that, do please let me know. Oh yes, and if you wonder why I say they, it's because all the pixies are they. They're genderless, or gender neutral, or however you want to think of that. So, they are all they. You've actually seen this a few times, because this is, for whatever reason, this is the apartment I'm most mentally associate as my apartment. And I come here often to mess with anything I have to do in the apartment, like the wardrobe, stuff like that. There you are, I was finalizing your accommodation. Here's your room. Good night, Omega Legion. Sleep. Tomorrow we'll be halfway through Endwalker. No, I'm joking. I do hope we'll get some good progress today. But I suppose I always hope that, so that's whatever. Fragment, that cannot be comfortable. Welcome to the Pendants. Your room is ready. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go there. I also rather like this room, but that's unrelated. Are they really said Slayer? That's funny. Why does everyone just want to jump our bones in the Japanese version? God. Alright, au chiffon. Oh, sorry. Remember him? No, really, do you? It's been a while. It's been over an expansion.
You're the warrior of light from the source.
Still has the bloodied axe. I, of course, remember him.
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
That one line implies a lot. There's so much good implication. I'm going to jot down a plus just for dialogue. Because the dialogue construction's legit in Shadowbringers.
Oh, gods, how long has it been?
And voice act. Yep. Oh, I already wrote down a voice act.
That was what I called myself in your world. The warrior of darkness.
If you remember, in the old review, I gave that voice actor by himself a positive. That's probably going to continue this time around, too.
My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
Yep.
We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor.
I've heard some people make fun of them for listening to the Ascians, but if I'm being completely blunt, I think that's being unkind. We know the Ascians are bad news, but of course we do. We have what you'd call a third-party perspective on the matter. We've seen a lot more than most of they have seen in universe. Most of the times when an Ascian approaches someone, what they do and what they say is a lot more reasonable.
I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first?
That's a good question, Inamisho. Let me put it to you this way. If I was to sell to you right now that a succubus approaches you and offers you a deal, what's going to be your reaction to that? But let's switch the perspective, and instead I tell you that someone who knows you and is sympathetic and gives you a kind ear and tells you that they can actually help you with what you need, and they give you a more, they don't just say it in a vague sense, it's more like, I can help you with this, 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 and this, as long as you do this for me. And that framing of perspective completely changes that, doesn't it? Or, to go back to Magica Magica for just a second, make a contract with me is either completely reasonable or incredibly horrific, depending entirely on context, understanding, and perspective.
The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness.
Speaking of people who need hugs.
Do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
So, I don't think anybody knows the year, to be completely honest. They sort of stopped paying attention to years. But it's been about 3 generations, or about a century.
A 100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room.
It makes so much sense, doesn't it?
Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first.
Oh no, I get it, Reggie. What Ardbert has been going through for the last century or so is a horrific hell. The only positive is what he mentioned. There's actually a real-life theory and concept, which, for obvious reasons, only a few studies have been done on, which boils down to the fact that if you remove measurements from existence, the human mind tends to lose track of time very badly. And you're probably thinking, what do you mean by measurements? Getting tired? Your own heartbeat? Seeing the sunrise and the sunset? You know, there are various things that are just kind of automatic measures of time that we're extraordinarily used to and our mind uses to anchor ourselves temporally. Remove all of that, and there is evidence, but again, this is not codified, there's evidence to indicate the fact that the brain just kind of drifts and really starts to lose track of time. And I mention that because it is probably the only kindness. For Ardbert, it probably hasn't felt like a century, and thank God for that. Oh, I believe you, Corp. I've actually been in solitary confinement before. It is exactly as horrific as it sounds. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured.
19 days, Reggie. Yes, I remember that exactly.
If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light.
Sorry for gushing for a minute.
But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Yeah, if you ever wonder what the reasons I'm still suffering from PTSD like 7 years later. Anyways, but ignore that. Speaking as a voice director, God, he does such a good job with his voice. I've often felt that the way that voice acting works, this is actually true for most skills, really. But there's like a gradient between, you know, terrible and amazing. But honestly, it's actually pretty easy to go from terrible up to good. And I mean no offense to anybody, but this is true for most things. You can go from being terrible to good at just about anything with relative ease. But it's this last sliver. It like gets exponentially harder for every skill to get better at this final thing here. And voice acting is absolutely part of this. You can hear how he puts extra emphasis on certain lines, but not even as emphasizing I'm doing. There's just sort of a way he's holding his lungs differently, and he's putting a little bit more wind behind a lot of his words, so you can hear how much it's an exertion for him. And you can feel some of the relief at the fact that he's talking to people who can, or person, excuse me, who can actually see him, and blah, 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 blah. There's so many little details that I was noticing in that scene just now. Again, as a voice director, just gosh, this is why he got a plus by himself in the old review, which is the old system, back when we didn't really even give singular pluses for stuff like that. Nowadays, Ardbert's voice actor by himself is probably going to be multiple plus territory, because he does such a good job of it. And you know me, I like to show my work. By the way, that's the real reason we're Reaper, just so I can warp around a bit. No other reason. It's definitely not thematically appropriate or anything. Now, Ardbert is among the better voice actors I've heard in a while. I would honestly put him up there with the woman who voiced V in Cyberpunk, who is one of the best voice actresses I've heard in the last decade. Just, yeah. Yeah, but Dancers is weird and stupid. Dancers has that weird pause at the end. I hate that. By contrast, Reaper is just, boop, and you go. Yeah, there's a bit of an animation lock with Dancer. I try not to lean on it as a dodge because of that.
How did you find your new quarters?
Yeah, Amisha's voice actor from Plague Tale, another great example. So, I'm gonna go ahead and tell him about Ardbert.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know.
Mr. Exarch, I'm not seeing things. And I think I know you're talking about Leander.
Now, let us return to the subject of the scions' whereabouts.
Who should we do first?
This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
We could do a poll.
The crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
We could also just roll a die. There's options.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the crystarium.
For the record, I would, if someone was asking me my advice, I would say do Alize first. Stakes or villain, take your pick, but I think stakes work better.
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
And when I say stakes, I mean Alize's story arc establishes stake both macro and micro. We see the individual level, and we see the setting level. And I'll tell you exactly what I mean by that when we get there.
For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armoreng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Actually, a good question, Reggie.
So, will it be Calusia or Armoreng? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
I will admit there's also a personal reason to go after Alize first.
But you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters.
So Alize, we talked about Alize and her arc, and the emotional disconnect, the problems, the difficulties. Alize probably needs us more than literally anybody else right now.
Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Yeah, as soon as we meet Jackass. Let me go ahead and say something. It's a shame Omega Legion isn't here. I should have mentioned this. But if you're watching the VOD Omega Legion, let me just say that I think that it's easy to say that Ranjit is objectively worse than Xenos in every way. Less established, less earned, less utilized, less in-depth. He is quite literally less, regardless of subjective opinion. It's one of the reasons why, even though I personally disliked Xenos more, I'm going to use past tense on that one, Ranjit is objectively a worse character. So, Alize. Wait, hang on. Small talk. As communication with the source, Feo Ul will gladly serve as your messenger. You can also go between the worlds yourself. Yeah, no, it is all wrong. Ranjit is going to be a bare minimum of 4 negatives, pretty much guaranteed. Because we have to think about both the gameplay and the story axis of that. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was repeatedly. Yeah, remember when Alize was pulled? Pretty much right after the primary battle of the Gimlet Dark. I only hope my part in sending you to her will garner some measure of forgiveness. Here, a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, master of merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amarillo launch. He will see you to your destination. The problem is, honestly, Ranjit only really exists to add some martial threat to Yulmore. And I know this is going to sound weird, but I think Yulmore shouldn't have a martial threat. Like, he's there to be part of Thancred's story, and he's there to be part of you-know-who's story, and he's there to establish that Yulmore has a martial side of things. But again, given things I don't want to talk about right now, I feel like that is actually to the detriment of everything. To Thancred, to Yulmore, and to the overall story arc. I really do think flat-out ejecting Ranjit and replacing him with nothing would have actually worked better than trying to replace him with anything. That being said, if I was going to replace him with anything, if we had to have those gameplay sections there or whatever, well, I think you know what I would have picked for that. And yeah, Little Belly's already going in that direction. Have it be a little bit of a hint, especially given what will eventually end up being for the Void Quest, or whatever they're called. Which we are doing, by the way. There's very little we're not doing from Shadow. There are some things. We can't do all of Boja. And I'm going to have to do some off-camera grinding to actually really do all of Boja. Yep, that's nice. Thank you. And we will not be showing off the early Nier story stuff, because screw it, and also it's not really possible. I think it's kind of it.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people.
See that in the distance?
And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
This is actually among my favorite songs in this soundtrack. No joke. There are other songs I like more. Twinning, excuse me. But this is easily up there. But yes, Crystalline Mean, some of the Crystalline Mean, and it's not even just one. There's one whole story arc of the Crystalline Mean, and several pieces of other story arcs of the Crystalline Mean, so that's kind of that. The Nier stuff and the Boja stuff. And I do believe that's it. I believe everything else other than side quests will be on camera. And I have done all the side quests in order to show that off. Almost all the side quests. I still have, like, these 3 to do right here, but you get my point. How many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as scorching hours of the day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the exarch letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alize friend of yours is going. That's a fair distance, so let's stop at Mordsuk to break up the trek. Let me do some business, let you enjoy local hospitality. Yeah, can't wait to try out their food. Nope, we're showing off weapon. I actually, thank you again, by the way, Rax, Bragwin, and I forget who else was there for that. Zero, I think? Maybe it was just Rax and Bragwin. But anyway, we actually did Diamond Weapon last night, off camera. Don't worry, I actually skipped all the cutscenes, so I have no idea what happens. But that unlocked weapon for New Game Plus, which I actually can't show you right now. But whatever, it's there, trust me. Look at that. Whatever, we'll get to that in a minute. It's okay, I've actually reread the entire story of Nier, including the stuff I haven't seen yet. I'm going to summarize it for you right now. This is not a joke or a meme. It's a whole lot of nonsense. Yeah, I'm not joking. I'm really not joking. That's a hell of a tilt. Built them big, didn't they? That's Qasr Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say it was once more of Norvrant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood, great chunks of Nabath Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyways. No, not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amuro roost for me and my caravan. But not everyone was deserted at this place. Wait to see Mordsuk. Let's press on. So, by the way, I have a bit of a homework question for you. I don't really want you to answer it right now. If you were to design the story axis of the Nier crossover raids in a way that fits the gameplay of the raids as is, what would you do? Now, I, of course, already have my answer prepped for this, but I'm not going to tell you it now because I'm going to tell you that when we do it. So, feel free to chew on that for the next couple of days. I actually plan to do the Nier stuff basically first because I kind of want to get it out of the way. So, feel free to think on that. Here we are. Oh, by the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mordsuk. Not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others, too. Long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population's nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord? They look like shifty little blighters, but they're more welcoming than a lot you never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gin. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. I sense an assassin. I'm gonna stomp on them. Yeah, there we go. Got her. See you around, Justin. I love how almost every shot has the wave in the background. Notice they haven't focused on it yet. It's just there in the background. So this is a Mord.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord's.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang.
And in case you didn't catch that, this place basically means human city, assuming it was made by humans. In this case, it's kobolds or Mord, so, you know, kobold city.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value.
So yes, they're Jawas. The Jawas are awesome, so I'm okay with that.
That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed.
Well, I admit I'm biased towards Jawas because of Tor. Jawas are actually really awesome in Tor.
Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Lord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Ardbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Ardbert gold? Real Ardbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Come and look!
You buy, you buy.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Now that I would agree with, Loke. It's actually a bit of a shame. But Tor does a lot of things weirdly right, being Tor, and one of them is species. If you no, really, think about it. Think about how many species are presented well and properly in Tor, and not in anything else in Star Wars. No pots. So yeah, let's see what food options we've got here, shall we? Let's see, we've got meat, bread, and worms. And skewers, of course. Meat. Yeah, I agree, the chiss should not be in Tor. They're well done, so I stand by my statement, but I agree they shouldn't actually be there. Made with the best part of the lizard, cured with special spices. Some may find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly nights. Skewers, because apparently we're Jar Jar Binks, speaking of. Come on, there we go. So which one should I pick? Rye, I'll let you pick. What should I pick? What should I pick? Don't pick worms. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs under rocks, stick with spear, roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Don't pick frogs either. Okay, you can pick frogs, whatever. Bread! Pick bread! Mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits. Oh, that actually sounds good. Holy crap. And then, of course, worms. Which are worms. They're worms. They're worms. Yeah, imagine pita stuffed with... Have you ever had cactus fruit? Because I actually have in real life. It is excellent. And, yeah, I'd totally go for bread stuffed with cactus fruit. So let's do it. Mush loaf. Worms slathered in honey. Ah, slathered in honey. Excuse me. What's it taste like? Oh, it's hard to describe. Have you ever had aloe? Because it's similar in flavor. It's not quite the same. But, yeah. Listen, I would quite literally rather starve than have worms. I'm sorry. But anyways, thank you, Haley's, again, very much. You didn't put the previous sub towards anything, nor that one, but if you do want to put it towards something, let me know. Thank you. Oh yeah, aloe drinks are awesome. Do they sell those on Amazon? Because they stopped selling them at my local grocery store. Aloe drinks. Pack of 8? Ooh, that's way too expensive. Whoa. Yeah, that's not happening. Damn. Oh well. I'll add it to my list. See if I can get some up by my sister. 40 loaves of bread. 40 loaves of bread. Someone kill Ina Misha for me, please. Just murder. Just straight murder. We eat the lot. Every last mouthful. What an appetite. What a belly. Yeah, imagine eating 40 loaves of bread. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom. Again, we'll be pleased to honor you, ours. By the way, do you notice the little tidbit of culture? It's so understated, but it indicates that any newcomer, any new person here, has to crack their coin purse. In other words, they have to do an initial trade as part of being accepted by the community. Once trade has been established, we're good. Now, why would trade be necessary to be accepted in the community? Because it means you automatically are part of the economic cycle in an area that has no natural resources to survive, really. So yeah, we're not a bandit, we're not a marauder, we're not a freeloader. We have brought in, and we take out. The cycle continues. And in a this is valid in general, but in a post-apocalyptic scenario, this is required. So yeah, more positive. I'm already up to 10 story positives. Jesus Christ. Why is it getting dark? Why is it getting dark? Oh god. Something's wrong with my game. By the way, keeping the merchandise down, yes, no returns. It is actually darker, that's weird. Meanwhile, 2 people are here to assassinate me now. It's okay, I'm a Reaper now, I got this. It's dark because there's... Oh, that's why it's dark. Look at that. Which is funny, because, you know, there's no... But there's... And there's... Uh-oh. It's Reaper on Reaper action. It's Reaper on Reaper on Reaper action. Yeah, you see the shadows moving. It's because I'm pretty sure this is technically because I'm in New Game Plus, and so, you know, it's kind of emulating the world state, but not completely. I could be wrong. That's a guess. Yeah, so, by the way, there shouldn't be, like, daytime here. It's just New Game Plus. So, FYI. Anyways. I was watching from here. You honored our custom with great relish. You're always welcome in Mordsuk if you need anything. I did. Yay. We're always here to provide. Foldable sites are amazing! Cool factor always dominates. He is impressed with my gastronomic fortitude. I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Now that you've eaten, I expect you want to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed a touch? I have a few deals to close. Yeah, sure. Do what you gotta do. Oh, offering your services. Well, an assistant would help hurry things along. I've got a receipt here from some goods that need picking up. Just do some lifting and carrying. Well, I am probably the second strongest thing on this planet right now, so... Sure. Mwah. Drive-by kiss. Don't worry, I only kiss her on the cheek. Yes, Ranjit is the... Wait, what? Ranjit is the strongest thing on the planet, obviously. You have a strong stomach, but I wouldn't eat those, he says, of the cured leather. I hate my boot leather. I suppose I can actually see the receipt and see what he actually wants here. Let's see here. What do we got? Cactus and iron ore. Okay, let's go. Is this iron ore? Where's the iron ore? Give me your ore. Herbal remedies. Antiquities. Or why is this way over here? Iron ore. Oh yeah, you asked about alternate worlds, classic game lover. But I didn't understand the question, and I was busy with cutscenes anyways. But now I understand your question, because what you mean is, what's your favorite other planet in an FF game? Interesting offshore Twitch account. Hopefully that'll go well for you. So let's see. Other worlds in FFs. So, what have we got for that? Technically, we have FF4. Technically, we have FF3. We definitely have FF5. We technically have FF6. We don't have anything in FF7. We don't have anything in FF8. We kind of do an FF9. That's also leaning a little bit into technically territory. We definitely don't in 10 or 10.2 or 12 or 13 or 13.2. We do have one for 13.3. But 13.3's Otherworld sucks because it's just real-life Earth. Okay, I've actually forgotten what the other thing was. Hang on. What was the other thing? Table cactus. That's what it was. Yeah, sorry. Spoilers at the very, very, very end of FF13.3, which I spoil freely because screw that game. Or rather, screw this plot point. The world is kind of rebuilt and remade into a new world, which is real-life Earth. So... it's literally part of the post-credits, but it is a plot point that you're trying to rebuild the world. So, you know, turning the world into another world isn't really a plot twist. Yeah, I would agree. 13's world is screwed up, but not really much of a plot twist. Is this cacti? Nope, okay. Yeah, France. Literally modern age France. Anyways, that leads us up to 14, which is I mean, there's actually a lot of worlds, planets in 14. We're aware of at least 15 that I'm aware of off the top of my head. And we go to 3 of them that I know about. Where the hell is this stupid cactus? Seriously, where's this cactus? Well, there's Omega's People's Planet, the Dragon Star, and then the 13. If we count Dissidia, that's 3 within that one. Although it's more complicated than that. So I would really hesitate to even call those worlds, to be completely honest. Oh, for Christ's sakes! What's the name of this quest? Let's see here. Here we go. 2615. 0.4. Wrong way. This? The herbal remedies is the cactus? Okay, sure, whatever. Yep, okay. Got it. That would explain why I couldn't find the cactus, because cacti are herbal remedies, who knew? But yes, here's your stuff. Sorry it took so long. They count cacti as herbs. Quick work, too, considering you're not put in the place for. Shut up. So anyway, something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency prevents me something of a problem. I'd hope to conclude my business before you return, but there's some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this out. Sorry to make you sit and twiddle your thumbs. Casser, it feels like an age since I saw you. My friend is in Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alize. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Oh yeah, by the way, a huge number of people here you can kind of figure out who they're the equivalent of over in the source. I know some people have literally played Guess the Person while going through this, because there's a lot. Alize's told me so much about you. You're lore, aren't you? Yeah. What has my niece been saying? Knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer in the inn. I've gotten to know Alize quite well since she took up guard duties there. You want to take over as Lore's guide, Kessler? My shopping's all done. I'm packed for the road. That'd be great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang. I'll let you back to the crystarium. I mean, I liked leasing the patch content, so that's whatever. Oh my god, someone's trying to assassinate me. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. There's only one thing to do. Surprise back attack! Alize has been desperate to see you. And it's been a year, aka a week. The assassin senses are dwindling. Yes, my bones are being removed as I speak. Would I recommend someone play 13? No. However, I am looking forward to reviewing it someday and really putting it under the microscope. So let me phrase this as simply as I can. I don't think 13 is as bad as most people make it out to be, but that doesn't mean I think it's good. I just don't think it's garbage. I've played garbage games. I've reviewed garbage games. 13 isn't even on the same zip code as Mega Man X7, for example. Yeah, I'm going to review Ride to Hell someday. That's a little treat I've been saving for myself. I reviewed Star Trek Shattered Universe, you know? Like, yeah, no, 13 isn't that bad. It's just not that good. If I can be completely blunt, I think that's its big problem, because It's a Final Fantasy game. I know that sounds like a weird comment, but what I mean by that is a Final Fantasy game, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, shouldn't be merely okay. It should be great. It's a Final Fantasy game. I know, that's a bit of a contentious opinion. I apply that to several other franchises as well, if I'm being blunt. But I stand by it. How many of my favorite games are FF games, for God's sakes? How many FF games are lauded near universally for their overall quality? You get the idea. Even the FF games post... when they started having the troubles, are still some good stuff, you know? Yeah, you know what? Shadowlands should have been great. It's a Blizzard game. That is an excellent way to phrase that. I never actually thought about that before, but you're totally right. Blizzard games should be known for quality. They should. They should be known for being Blizzard games. Shadowlands is an okay expansion. And you see the problem. Sorry, wasn't much time to shout warning. Were you bitten? No, I'm fine. Anyways, we should push on. Yeah, Heroes of the Storm is, and I mean this, the best MOBA I've ever played. StarCraft 2, no joke, no exaggeration, is the best RTS I've ever played. WoW is in the running for the best MMO I've ever played. Warcraft 3 is in the running for the best RTS I've ever played. Diablo 2 and 3, especially 3, is just some of the best of that type of dungeon-crawling roguelike, or roguelite, I forget which one it is, that I've ever played. And I hate to keep repeating myself, but you get my frickin' point. Blizzard games should be of that level of quality. They're Blizzard games. And I know that's something of an unrealistic perspective, and that's one of the reasons that's a contentious opinion. But I still stand by it. If you build your market, your model on quality, and you slip, then you have slipped from your model of quality. I mean, it's not a linear uphill, but think about FF1 to 2 to 3 to 4. There's a reason FF4 is the seminal Final Fantasy game. It's what effectively established what Final Fantasy is. Same thing with Dragon Quest and 3, by the way, Dragon Quest 1 to 2 to 3. Dragon Quest 3 is what really established what a Dragon Quest game is, and so forth and so on. I could say the same thing about Mega Man in several series. I could say the same thing about Warcraft going up to 3. You get the idea. So, it seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but let's head inside, shall we? So, little less Mordsuk, little more Alamigo. Welcome to the inn! You might be our first visitor from the crystarium since Alize arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? Can I carry that for you? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alize who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so I'll have Alize give you the full explanation. And everyone looks at my hair. Oh my god! He's got light hair! He's afflicted! Sorry. I shouldn't make fun because this is horrifying. What we're about to go through. This is probably as close to a viewer warning as I'm ever going to give for this game, by the way. Like, just... you know, mature audience, whatever you want to call that. I think she might be on a patrol. Why don't you go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower, so you might be able to catch her there. And of course they send us to the watchtower first. After all, that gets us to see that nonsense. You see that wonderful thing? Now, if you've been paying any kind of attention, we've actually already seen what de-aspected crystal looks like. That's not de-aspected crystal. That is excessively aspected crystal. That is pure, light-aligned, astrally aligned crystal. Oh, whoops, too high, too high. I'm going to show off something else, too, in a moment here. Oh, it's okay. I do wonder what light ether tastes like, but then I wonder what everything tastes like, because I'm a weirdo. So you see that beyond the crystal? You can see what lies beyond. And that's just it. That's the world beyond that barrier. Is just that. That's what the rest of the other 90% of the planet is. Just that. Yeah, no kidding, Reggie. A very possible thing that could have happened, too, if you think about it. Yeah, it's pretty much the opposite of the world of darkness. In several ways, and for several reasons.
Get back here! Is that... It can't be.
Alize, pay attention. I was expecting that, U.S.
Senator. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Oh yeah, new outfit. Bunch of new outfits this expansion.
How are you?
Hug! Canonically, a hug happens there. I'm just saying.
We've fought them to a standstill, then. The exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't. Just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them.
Well, as it happens, I can go back pretty much at any time, so if you want me to carry any letters...
But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision.
No, Yosin Corp. I stand by my statement. She's acting like it's been a week. Which would be fine if it had been a week.
He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th umbral calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam.
This is one of those interesting consequences of a setting where ether are atoms, where everything is made of ether, because ether has its own different aspects. There's light ether, there's water ether, there's lightning ether, etc. So, hypothetically, if the ether of one area, one planet, just became too overwhelming for whatever reason, it would hit a, what do you call that? Not a snowball effect. It would hit a tipping point. No, there's a term. We talked about this with regards to the Flood in Halo as well. Because the Flood are pretty manageable until they hit the blank point, which I can't think of the term for. Critical mass, thank you. Once ether of a particular aspect hits critical mass, it just starts to overwhelm and convert other ether. And then convert, and because now it has more ether, it converts, and then because it has more, it converts. And that's when it starts to snowball. Once it hits critical mass, that is exactly what happens. And we literally see what has happened when something hits critical mass. By the way, and if you're paying attention, we've seen this twice. The World of Darkness and the first.
A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects, but when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down.
And remember, this isn't new either, because we've already seen this, we've been seeing this since ARR. All those giant crystal formations is exactly this kind of thing. It's just that was more temporary and more localized. Bahamut and Dalamud were so devastating and overwhelmed the etheric balance so hard that a mountain was turned into a giant fire-aspected crystal, or whatever. So this can happen locally in addition to this kind of critical mass problem.
Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood.
Remember the one we fought at the front of the crystarium? With the merchant's ring?
Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
I hope you stick around for a minute, Savicon, because without wishing to spoil, we're going to see someone transform in just a few minutes. So you will see exactly what it's like to be converted. By the way, this is why there's this one random spot in the middle of nowhere which has all these people who are waiting to convert, because they need to isolate them. Leprosy. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side, you take the west. Okay. I will kill anything I see. I am very good at it. My void bar, or whatever this stupid thing is called, is full. And yeah, there's definitely some Borg stuff going on here, too. Ironically, I think the Borg are actually worse than this in several ways. But that's just a testament to the Borg, really. If you're wondering why the Borg are worse, remember, you are aware while you are a Borg. So... I don't mean like distantly, like some fragment of your appearance. You are just locked in your own body, watching while you were a Borg. Trapped, if you will. Yeah, no kidding, unlocked. Let's ignore bad writing for a moment. Yeah, thankfully there's no flood, you know what I mean, in this game. Well, that's part of why I mention it, Jorian, because it is debatable if certain Sin Eaters have a degree of awareness. But again, when you are a Borg, there's no degree, there's no debatable. You are yourself completely locked within your body, watching what happens. Fully sentient, fully sapient, fully aware. So... what's worse? Death or torture? Because that's really what that question boils down to. So the basic idea behind the patrols is to cull the ranks enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. Let's port our victories to Tesleen, shall we? Uh-oh, there's the assassins again! Hi. Mwah. Wow, you can tell I've actually done these stupid quests. All the side quests in this zone, I still haven't unlocked the flight paths, because why would I? Alize tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks. And my apologies for leading you from one battle to another since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how bad Alize missed your company. Everything's always, if only Lore were here, he would. It's an exaggeration! I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Lore's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can see why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation, it's really something to behold. I might be smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. Ah, I think you're just in time, Roz. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I have when I went to the market are still waiting for me. 101 things that need doing. Sorry, would you mind waiting here? What, twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely we can help you with something. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients? There are 3 in particular you want to visit. Poundwell, Todden, Hallrick. And Lanowin! Thank you, Lanowin. Always appreciate that sub, and if you know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. Have some fruit. Have some fruit. He's not really capable of speech anymore. And we have Hallrick. Actually, no, Dream Whisperer, they don't. You got it, Lanowin. Dealer's choice it is. I'll put it towards the most horrible game ever. Patchwalk. I don't know what I'll put it towards. The texture of his skin is hardened into something akin to plaster. Yeah, not everyone converts quickly, by the way. Imagine... how do I explain this? Imagine if the atoms that make up your body were slowly converting into the atoms that make up, random example, a xenomorph from the Alien series. But it isn't just... it's not a quick thing. Imagine if it's a nice, slow, gradual bit-by-bit conversion throughout your body. And that's probably the best way I can explain what some of these people are going through. Yeah, just a really, really slow thing. But it does, like with the overall ether, it does speed up at a certain point. We shall leave you to discuss. I'll take Lord to Morsuk. There's one thing. You know, what's up? She picked up the nectarine. Passard's caravan just passed through, so Ron would like some fresh fruit. Come then, Laura. There's something I want you to see right after we stop at the stall, of course. Yeah, eventually there is a critical mass point, which I know I've already given this away, so I'm just going to say this flat out. We're actually going to see that critical mass point happen not too long from now. But yeah, no, I agree with Wenlock. There's a kind of a gradual shift, but everyone has a certain tipping point. Everyone has a point at which it's just too much, and whoosh! Just like what happened with the planet. As on the macro, so on the micro. Hey, Ron. Back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy nectarine. Do you have any in stock? No, classic game look, not even a little. I don't know where you're getting from that dealer's choice thing, though. I think you're on crack. Stop doing the crack. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, have one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a more merchant give away something for nothing. How much coin did you spend here? Well, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms, too. Ugh. No, it's not for me. It's an offering of sorts. Sure it is. Worms, please. One of the best wrigglers for you. I don't know why he's a bird now. Shut up. Right, arch our shopping chores. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. There's a view I want to show you. Oh, that was weird. Whatever. Those are precious worms. That buys us a trip to the tower, does it not? Oh, wrigglers, you brought them. I shouldn't let you, but just this once, okay? I can just fly up there. Yeah, there's no Ixal here because there's no Elegons here. Remember, the Ixal are a constructed race.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty, white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance.
We've actually talked about this before regarding the burn. Remember, the burn is a desert. You know, a chunk of land that you can cross. Imagine trying to cross the southern tip of Africa to the eastern tip of Asia. And all of that is the burn. Picture that for a moment.
That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters, but their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium, but for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn.
Someone spell the zone I'm in for me in chat, please.
Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Daily YouTube suicide mandate.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough.
Not that I blame them, by the way. Let me be very clear. If it's a choice between turning or turning and dying, or dying, there's no choice there.
But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, you left me, Alize.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield.
That's okay, kiddo.
So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless.
I take it back. Instead of a week, she should have been here a month. That's what I would write, I think.
On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Thoughts? I know some people disagree with me on this, but I've been thinking about, if I was writing this, the exact time range I would go with some of these. Oh, she'd be a great Klingon. In a good way, not in a stupid way. Glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the First, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I needed to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The Nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat that posed to the others. Oh, right, I need to give those negatives. Sorry. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is the way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. I'm not joking, Lynn. I'm not trying to meme. I'm not whatever. Please imagine all of the emotional turmoil Alize has been going through over the past several patches. I actually gave it a positive because the combination of voice acting and the story arc were very well done. All of that is effectively thrown out the window here. It makes more sense if the timescale is shrunk. I'm more forgiving of it if the timescale is shrunk. Instead, she's been here a year. Please picture what you were doing in March of 2021 and how much has happened in that time. Think about how much world events have moved forward. Think about how much your personal life has adjusted in the last 12 months. I'm sorry, a year is a long freaking time. And I really do feel like many writers tend to forget how long chunks of time tends to be. Yeah, I had stopped streaming to record the Lorecraft videos. And my mentality was in a very different place, for reasons I'm not going to go into right now. Oh, that's nice! Exclamation mark. Have a safe drive home, comma. Don't get too bored, period. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Enterprise hadn't started yet. I can't remember the exact timing of that. I have to look it up. I've got dates. I have to look it up. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Just for fun. Hang on. We're just starting Season 3, right, of Enterprise? Move some of these out of the way. So, March of 2021. What's the date? 24. March 24th. The DS9 wrap-up just went live a year ago, yesterday. And then next week would have been the beginnings of the TOS and the Enterprise videos. That was a year ago. A little bit of perspective. Thanks to you, if his time comes suddenly, we'll be able to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing's going to happen for a little while, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for a welcome meal. Let's have a nice stew. Yeah, exactly, Taman. That's pretty much my problem in a nutshell.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
I hope the trip goes well, U.S. Court.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then, if you don't mind. I eat a lot, in character. Just funny, because out of character, in real life I don't eat a lot.
Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been trying to figure out where I know her voice actress from. She voices Bianca in the Dragon Quest stuff. Or, of course, Square.
Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable. To receive the mercy of a painless death.
She's also apparently one of the main character voices over in Baldur's Gate 3, so that's cool.
When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale?
No, not in a year.
I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it.
Now, if she'd been here a month, I'll shut up about it.
Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Listen, I will try very hard not to bring it up, Leander. I'll just give a negative the other 4 times, and then we'll move on from it. And I know that sounds like I'm being petty and spiteful, and that's fine. But I stand by what I usually say. If you look at a work and say it's perfect, then you are doing that work a disservice. That is a philosophy I have, and I mean that. There's no such thing as a perfect work. Don't worry, Shadowbringers is probably going to absolutely knock everything out of the park. I almost guarantee it.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Oh, right, I need to give a gameplay negative, too. Thank you for reminding me.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Can someone spell for me the woods, the Great Woods, please? You know the zone. Raktika, thank you.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
By the way, I just want you to understand something. You remember how long it took me to give a plus to music for ARR? And then substantially shorter for Heavensward, and then shorter again for Stormblood? I've already given a plus to music for Shadowbringer. Just saying. Let's see, we gotta look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten in him, but if he wandered out there alone... Where's he heading? No, this can't be a coincidence. The other patients are agitated. They can sense something. We gotta look for him. I don't know, Inamisha. I get that a lot in my job. Mostly in commenters on YouTube, but I do get that kind of thing when it comes to streaming as well. Every now and again. Not often, but every now and again, I get someone who really doesn't like the fact that I give something a negative. Because, I mean, they think that means that I'm spitting on it, or that means that I'm saying it's flawed or terrible or whatever. And it's like, no. It's not how that works. It's usually pretty obvious when I unleash on a game. Because I have unleashed on games before. It's usually quite obvious when I am just bashing a game. It's also quite rare. It's only happened a few times. Yeah, when we played Shattered Universe, I just... the safety was off on that one. That game sucked. When we went through Quest 64, I was bashing the crap out of it. And you get the idea. Whoop, hello. Mummy Demastered was a weird one. I wanted to like that game so much. And I didn't. I just didn't. I was like, oh god, it's so crap. And the more I think about it, the more it's crap. It's weird. And you're right. No, you're absolutely right. It has gone the other way, too. I have no hesitation about gushing and just throwing pluses out. Probably Pillars of Snow? Is combat music a thing in this game? Tell you what. I won't give you hugs, US and Corp. But I'll give Alize hugs, and that'll make up for it. Frankly, Alphino's getting hugs, too. Cyber Shadow was so good! Oh my god, that is the most beautifully, wonderfully difficult game I've played recently.
Any sign of him?
I'm sorry. Fresh Gush, if you want a really, really good, challenging side-scroller, go play Cyber Shadow. I'm just gonna say that right now. Go play it. That game was awesome.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far.
It is brutally hard, though. Brutally hard. But fairly. Almost every bit of difficulty in that game is fairly designed.
We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
I did give the Swag Blade its own positive. Which I stand by the way. It actually is the Swag Blade. The way it works is it, like, boomerangs around you, so you shoot it out, but if you jump, well, then it goes under you. And it goes over you, and then you can just keep it out. As long as you keep maneuvering with it. It changes the dynamic of how you maneuver and how you position yourself, while simultaneously massively increasing your reach and attacks. It is such a good weapon by itself. That's why it got its own positive.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Sorry. Gush mode. You can tell I'm in Gush mode a little bit right now, because we're playing Shadow. But yeah, Cyber Shadow. Haha. Great game. Speaking of great games, this scene is probably getting its own positive. So there's...
Oh no!
There's Halric, the poor kid. This is a little bit of a viewer discretion warning.
Halric!
Just so you know.
We have to run!
Sorry, Tesleen.
Tesleen! No!
You there, Sophicom?
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Remember what I said? Tipping point. When the aspected ether just gets to be too much. And everyone has their different tipping points. Remember that shape. We'll be seeing a lot of it later. We've already seen the macro. Now we see the micro. This is what happens to a person.
No, 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 no!
That's why I said it the way I said it earlier. We see the wave. We see the land beyond the wave. We know what's happened to the world. But we also see an individual. Macro, micro. I'm sorry, Laura. I tried to tell the Cares what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. I'll tell them. Tesleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Why didn't the sword kill her? Because it's not a sword. So I know this is weird and they don't present it as well as they could, but think about all the chunks of that make up that angel thing that we were fighting, the Sin Eater. All of that is actually just the Sin Eater. It's not wearing armor. It doesn't have wings. It doesn't have a sword. That's all its body. So that's a huge amount of concentrated, light aspected ether shoved into someone, which completely destabilizes them and morphs them, mutates them. This is why the Sin Eaters are so dangerous, because any damage threatens to throw off the extremely delicate imbalance of everyone's ether, the things that make up them. What effectively happened was... This is such a bad analogy, but imagine for a moment that a being that is literally just moving cancer. It's just a giant pile of cancerous cells, stabs itself into you, and as a result, leaves a huge amount of its very, what do you call that? There's a term for that. When the cancerous cells are multiplying excessively, very quickly, and it leaves a chunk of that in you. And so that cancer just kind of starts spreading and spreading and spreading. Malignant, thank you. That's the word I was going for. And so there's all of a sudden just a huge amount of malignant cancer within you, cancerous cells. And whoosh. It's a terrible analogy, but it's probably as close as I'm going to get to this. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people a chance to say their goodbyes. Exactly. Everyone is going to suffer the same fate eventually if we don't change things. But she wasn't on her way out. This poor kid, he was on his way out. You notice how he didn't react at all to her transforming in front of him? That's because there's so little of him left. To continue the analogy, most of him is already cancerous cells, but he hasn't hit his tipping point yet. He hasn't gone over that threshold yet. So he's still very slowly rotting, for lack of a better way to put it. Rotting's probably the wrong word. Converting? I don't know what to call that. By contrast, She was much more fine, and then got shoved right over the tipping point. Just bam! Halric is as unresponsive as ever, standing motionlessly staring up to the sky where they made their escape. Well, I mean, he didn't stab her, Savacom. He didn't do anything. He just stood there, watching. It's very likely there's some Halric still in there, but how much and how in control is much more in the room. Or much more in the air, excuse me. I spoke with the Carers. Thank you. What you're doing means a lot to them and to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt, were you? No, we were nowhere near it. It wasn't even a fight. I was too late and too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done more. Sorry, I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him time. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tesline's word close to your heart. I should probably mention that in a truly hypothetical situation, this is curable. But what it would require is something that is completely beyond any of us. It would require a mastery of ether, the ability to truly manipulate ether almost at a direct level in order to be able to cure something like this. And you'd need a source of other ether to draw from which wasn't imbalanced, or that you could balance. So, possible, by what I understand of the setting and how the structure of the settings world building works, but extraordinarily out of bounds for us to actually do. Like, that's a conceptual thing, you know? The damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. What if we corrected the balance? Even if only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but you can never hope to get rid of it. You can't have changed the whole world. That's right. Believe it or not, I'm with Alize on this one. Little solutions are not the solution here. This planet needs help. I actually agree with that, Dream Whisperer. And I'm just going to go and say this. I know with total certainty there are at least 2 individuals in this setting that have that level of mastery over etheric manipulation. It's just neither of them have any possible reason to, you know, elaborate to us how to do something like that. I'm not even going to say who they are. Yeah, we did coils way back in ARR. Took a little while, but we did it. Where's our narrative stuff? Sorry. Forgive me, Laura, I couldn't stay there a moment longer. I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the end battle against the Blight with kindness, I will fight with steel. From Eorzea's sword in darkness to Norvrant's sword in light. Feels like an age ago now. Yeah, a whole month. Miss Alize. Sorry, Leander. Sorry. Bad me. Bad lore. You're swift as tomorrow. I need to go to the crystarium immediately. Yeah, so... Reggie brings up something which I've been trying not to bring up because I don't think the game ever really brings it up, but think about this for a moment. Here's a planet, right? Now, what do you notice about this planet? I'm just going to give this away. It's a solid object. It's not a plane. It is, in fact, a globe. Planets in this setting are globes. Why is this relevant? Think about how much of this is corrupted light aspected ether. Now, we don't actually know. To my knowledge, they never even cover it. We know 90% of the surface is covered. How much of the underneath is all corrupted? So remind me to wear goggles if we fly over Amarang again. I barely got the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help me to clear my head. I think I'm ready to meet with the exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out. Also, lol, Rex. Hey, Zed. Wait a minute. It's Linnea. Hey, Linnea. Hey. I like the outfit. Yeah, no, that's a nice one. Where are you right now? What class is that? Summoner! Oh, wow. I didn't know that was even caster gear. Hi, Braven. Right out. Boop. They addressed the underground. I must have or rather forgotten that. I believe you. Yeah, Linnea actually predated me. She got to Shadow before I did. Thank you for seeking me out, Lore. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we decided on a direction, but you still have to visit Alphino, don't you? If I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being, but don't keep me waiting too long, okay? Meanwhile, Alphino is in Kalusia. So we've seen microscopic horror, we've seen macroscopic horror, but if you're paying attention, both are actually the same type of horror. What type of error is it? Or what type of error? What type of horror is it? Environmental. There is no sentience or sapience behind the Sin Eaters or the wall. No thing is making that happen. There's no villainous intent there. I know what you're going to say, but you know what I mean. It's Lavos. By contrast, Kalusia is going to introduce us to people. I need to go to here. You like horror, right? Because that's Shadowbringers. Don't worry, we got more horror after this, too. Yeah, I was expecting a chocobo. Do you hail from Norvin's more isolated settlements? I hear there's a few places where they ride little loads. But the crystarium mounts like that Greyfellow are more commonly used. Seeing you were plainly on the custom, I think it's best I accompany you. That's okay, I can fly myself in my giant Magitech armor, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, actually, that's a great parallel. If Amarang was Lavos, what we're about to go to is the Kingdom of Seal. It's okay, she's got it where it counts, Ross.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Yulmore. City of Puke. And yes, we've had a dark mode for almost a year now, actually. PSA, we have a dark mode on the website. We have arrived. It's the Cracked Shell Beach, eastern coast of Kalusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It's the people you should be wary of. Uh-huh. Yep, the Warrior of Darkness saved my website. Spy that city? That is Yulmore, City of Puke. It rivals the crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against abominations. Until about a generation ago. For years, the Yulmorian elite have fancied themselves masters of what remains of the broken world. They have gone so far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection if they bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we're not at war, our relationship is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen close. Well, you can do it either way. I just prefer the Alizé path first, for the reasons I listed earlier. If you head along the south, you'll reach a fisherman's shack, and there's a friend of the crystarium. A man goes by the name of Ardbert. He keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kalusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just give him a sprig of thyme. Here. Whoop! Oh, hi. I think that's Pillars of Snow. I don't know what that is. What are you writing? Why is it so terrifying? Oh my god, I need to get out of here. What's happening underwater? Don't think about it too much. Ah, it's a pre-order horse. Gotcha. What are you after? Fish, crab? I think I got an eel in a barrel if you got a taste for them. Oh, I love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in a pan, it's like a bloody festival of flavor. What can I do for you? Can't say there's been any major upsets to report in the last few weeks. Alphino, I know him. Young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmore's richer than all of Norvrant put together, but it's a different story for them that live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to making others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as where he is now and get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere to quiet to meet away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide, it's a fishing village. You'll look for a run-down excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there. Alphino will join you. God, it looks weird like this. Sorry, I've been doing a lot of stuff, you know, with regards to setting up the crafter quests and the near stuff and the side quests, and so I actually spent a decent amount of time in this zone. Oh yeah, by the way, did you notice what Shadow did here? It's, to my knowledge, the first time they pulled WoW's trick. Let me explain what I mean by that really quick. Way back in the day, there was this thing called the Burning Crusade. It was the first expansion to World of Warcraft, and what happens, functionally, practically, is you go through this thing called the Dark Portal, enter a zoning thing, and enter into a zone called the Hellfire Peninsula, right? One zone, which contains a bunch of quests for both sides, no matter what. It is the bottleneck, and you see the problem. Now, by the time Shadow was coming out, FF14 was certainly getting more popular, and to my knowledge, it's never stopped increasing in overall popularity, which means people, which means bottlenecks. You remember the Roban thing we mentioned earlier? So what they did with Shadow is they pulled a page out of WoW's book, which WoW did with Wrath and most expansions thereafter. Oh, you're starting the expansion? You can choose where to go first. Would you like to go over here to the Howling Fjord, or over here to the Borean Tundra? This was a brilliant move, because just by sheer statistics, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to distribute, and that means a lot less bottleneck. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Various expansions have done this to varying effect. But my point is, this, in my opinion, was a great idea for Shadowbringers in particular. Do you want to go to Amarang, or do you want to go to Kalusia first? So, yeah, no. Big plus for me. And I'm only pointing this out. This isn't a positive, per se, but this is definitely an absence of a negative, which, if you're remembering, we've given to 2 expansions so far. ARR and Stormblood. So, just pointing out how the game continues to improve as we go. I like that armor, too. Pillars of Snow, that one. I don't like this armor. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone has cool armor, except for me. I look terrible. I'm going to find a cool scythe at some point. Just, you know, I'm guessing that's in the expansion I haven't played yet, because my options are kind of limited at the moment. Also true of Pillars of Snow. First time in a tavern? Customary to buy a drink if you're going to loiter. What do you be having? Do you have water? A fine choice! What do you be paying with? Gil? Oh, those are exotic. Where'd you come by coins like that? Sorry, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm gonna have to go begging for one from the neighbors. You'll have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but the pests have been eating more of them than we have. How about you do some extermination work? Squash the vermin, I'll give you some water. Cool. That's actually really logical. Now, pause. Go kill XIV because it's a local hassle is actually a really common quest template in MMOs, let's be honest, since WoW Vanilla, which really started that kind of concept when it comes to quest design. Yet you'll notice that what they're doing here is making a very logical reason for it, which makes sense in lore. For these villages, which are post-apocalypse, which are barely surviving, which need to have this kind of stuff to exist, going to kill these things as a bargaining chip to earn the right to hang out and have some water actually makes perfect sense. Because of the exact same reason that doing the coin purse cracking thing back in Amarang made sense. You have to contribute. Everyone has to contribute. No lounging around. Not because we're dicks, not because we're dystopian, not because we're assholes, but because you have to. And let's see what that scythe is here. Damn it, there's a Vivi in my way! Damn it, baby! So, essentially, for the same reason I gave the crack in the coin purse thing, I'm going to give another world-building story positive to Kalusia. Scythe really quick. I don't know, that doesn't look like my thing. A little too stylized. It's cool looking, but it's not for me. And there's a red version of it, which looks like Bragwin has. And Zed isn't even a Reaper! Oh, for shame. Yeah, the 100% drop rate thing was definitely a good move for 14. As much as I praise WoW and its quest design, and trust me, WoW's going to get positives for its side quests, it's also going to get negatives for XIV 10% drop rate, especially in BC and Wrath. They didn't fix that till Kata. And even then, they only partially fixed it. They didn't fully fix that until Warlords. Warlords was the first... Think about that for a second. Warlords was the first WoW expansion where they were like, you know what? Let's make quest items 100% drop rate and not take up space in your inventory. First expansion, they figured that out. Yeah, and then they unfixed it in BFA, but let's not get into that. Idiots. What is this ability? What's Gluttony? Ah, I see what Gluttony is. That's what Gluttony is. Dude, your guess is literally as good as mine, Rex. I know a lot about the behind the scenes of WoW, and I have no idea why they decided to do that in BFA. I really don't. Hey, Reggie, are you okay? Reggie! And there's puke everywhere. Okay, cool. Yep, there's a puke sprinkler up there. You hear a faint squeaking. Time to burst in to save the day, brave adventurer. That's exactly what it just said. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up in their absence. Cute. Oh god, yep, nope, there's the puke mobile. Hang on, I can almost... there we go. I can kind of turn that quick. There we go. That's what they're seeing right there. Anyways. puke sprays. Drool, drool, drool. Oh, whoops. Inside. Welcome back. What the good for nothing caretaker have to say for himself? He wasn't there. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town. Outside Yulmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about. Here I was thinking you were another dreamer. Never mind all that. Take a seat. You more than earned it. I'll throw in a drink on the house. Thanks. Listen, I'd rather spin in a circle and puke all over everything than eat honey-slathered worms, I'm just saying.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
My god, it's... Oh god, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Tychus! StarCraft 2 music. Down, 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 down.
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
It's been a month.
'Tis good to see you, my friend.
Hell, it's about time. All right.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
Sorry, making some notes, don't mind me. I'm pretty sure every party member is going to get a positive. Oh yeah, I said don't let me forget to talk about parties. Y'all failed to forget to remind me. I heard what I said.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
I blame you specifically, Giga Pudding.
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
So parties, really quick. I've actually said this before, more than once. But to be completely blunt, Shadowbringer is the first time I felt like we actually had a party in FF14. And if I have to explain that, Final Fantasy, right? You know, Cecil, Rosa, Kain, Rydia, Yong, right? Like, this was the first time I felt like we actually had an honest-to-goodness party. So do you mind clarifying, Pyro, what you're talking about?
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding.
I mean, you were in frickety Garlemald, in the presence of Gaius von Balsar.
But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
So, we narrowly avoided destruction twice? Yes, literally. Once because of you and yours, because of sabotaging the factory, and once because of me and mine, because we pushed back the initial assault. Twice.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable.
Nope.
And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians,
we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped, but so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means.
That's the truth. So I get what you mean now, Pyro. Forgive me. I think in this case, at the moment especially, it's more an absence of a negative than a presence of a positive. Let me give a counter example. In Legion, we kill a Titan. Spoilers. In BFA, we're so nobodies that people treat us like we're level 1 grunts. As you say, a total reputation reset, totally unearned, and for no good reason. That's a negative. By contrast, here, it's more like it's a neutral, and there's something later on in the patch content which might actually enter into positive territory when we get there. If that makes sense.
And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course.
Environmental one.
They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
I mean, you know me.
And so we take to the road once more.
Assuming you have no objections, let's make our way directly to the city outskirts. Hang on, there's a pig riding a cat here. It's time we set our arrival just right. You may be lucky to see why we have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west, and then cross a small bridge. It's okay, it's okay. Oh, let me... Pet? There we go. It's okay, Giga Pudding, it's okay. Soon enough, you'll be able to bring your main over here. Probably by the time the run is done. Alright, so. What are you writing, Pillars of Snow? Oh, it's that B mount. Gotcha. Yeah, this world has had its fill of heroes. Delusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the crystarium. Even in a distant world, people are much the same. To think whenever calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. Yep. Mass genocide on a planetary level. By the way, I haven't done that quest. In fact, I left it undone, rather on purpose. Yeah, I've actually only unlocked 2 of the beast tribes. I finished one of the beast tribes. the fairies. The only beast tribe chain I've ever enjoyed of all the expansions was the fairies. And even that one wasn't great, it was simply tolerable. My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Here you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation in well hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. The tower. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would... Yes, it was. Would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate is safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be here but cobwebs and memories. So, you live in what is effectively an agrarian society, which is post-apocalyptic. You have 3 rough choices. Live alone, or with a small pack of people, and either be a nomad or live out on the own. Live in a small village which has no capacity to really provide for itself or defend for itself, or beg for scraps at Yulmore. Yes, I know there are other options, but you get my point. We talked about that earlier, Rex. This is post-post. It's just a very unique post-post. Because the problem is... I can't believe I'm repeating myself. So, as we mentioned earlier, as you know, the problem here is this is a post-apocalypse. They have gotten back to the point of society. They have built new things, and they are developing again, just like a post-post is. The catch is the apocalypse didn't actually stop, it only paused. And everything is still continuing to go. So it's a post-post during an apocalypse. But it still qualifies as post-post, and I will continue to call it such. It's just, it's a rather unique one. Okay, rewind. So, here's the shanty town. We actually saw this during the cinematic. Probably one of the better bits of visual storytelling in the cinematic. Just look at this place. Look at this place. And then look at that place. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. You get the idea moving on. Don't worry, if you didn't catch it, the game is going to smash you in the face with how messed up this place is. I mean, this place actually has chairs that hover. If there's a better sign of decadence, I don't know what it is. Who's that? Oh, that's an issue. What is that outfit? What class are you right now? Do you have a weapon? Where's the weapon? I don't see a weapon. There's got to be a weapon. There it is, Dark Knight. Okay, cool. Classism! Ah! Even on another planet, there's a 0.1% problem. Even on another planet. It makes me wonder what happens on the other planets. I wonder what the Dragon Star was like.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Ah, I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
Shift into culinarian. Craft a meal out of thin air. It's the best meal you've ever had. You're welcome.
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
So, I'm going to point out something in a moment. Just... remember how I talked about how both in Amarang and in Kalusia, you have to contribute. You have to contribute, because it's the only way that a society like this can exist, okay? Just keep that in mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Yep, it's Zorn and Thorn. With that music.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all! Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu!
Did you catch that? I love this. I love this because it's so messed up. This is the exact same thing that was happening earlier with the Collusion town and earlier with the Amarang town, but a perversion of it. It's a twisted version of it. You still have to prove yourself useful. It's just, rather than everyone contributing to make things happen, you have to be useful for the rich. You have to be useful for the person who will be putting up their feet on your back. If you do, then you're considered part of the group, and you could therefore partake in part of the group. And I point this out because I tell you this was absolutely done on purpose. I point this out because rather than being any form of egalitarian, this is someone taking this concept, this cultural norm, which has probably been a truth in this planet, what's left of it, for the last 2 or 3 generations, and twisting it as a way to control other people. And even by they're doing it in a way that people would expect and has already been normalized because of there's reasons which should exist, as we've already established. Everyone has to contribute, right? But you're doing it by effectively signing yourself into indentured servitude, by accepting and admitting that you are lower, lesser, irrelevant. God, this is just messed up. Plus the story. Moving on.
Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon.
Now, I'm just going to say this real quick. Screw this kind of 1%ing and screw this kind of manipulative bullcrap. But, hang on. Hear me out for a second. Can you blame them? Can you really blame most of the people in Yulmore who are just kind of going along with it because they're dead? They're all dead. The world's dead. So they just kind of sit and lounge and die in comfort.
A poor man could sooner pass through the iron needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged, and so they are picked over like market produce.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's several things in other works of fiction this reminds me of, and to be clear, I wouldn't go this way with it. That's just not my mentality. But it is disturbingly understandable why people would just that's a beautiful way. It's a stagnant pond of resignation. Why bother? Why bother? So, I bet some of you who aren't familiar with this game were wondering, hang on, why don't these people go to the crystarium? Life there is just fine. Yeah, but the people at the crystarium have one thing these people don't. hope. No, really, think about it. The people at the crystarium think things might actually work out. They think they might be able to improve things. They think things might be able to get better. What do the people here think? Now, obviously there are exceptions on both sides, actually. But yeah, this is a pit of despair. This is the people who have given up. And I mention that because, spoilers, after we deal with things in Yulmore, we're going to see some of the normal people here. And, you know what, that's actually fair, Pyro, I'll give you that. There are decent people in Yulmore. People who had given up. We give them hope. We remove the hedonism, and all of a sudden we start to notice that there's actual people here. And that's kind of why I mentioned this. This is a messed up situation, but it's understandably messed up. It's hard for me to blame some of the people who stay here, including two of my favorite side characters in the entire game, because of the fact that it's so obvious why they would stay. Why bother? What's the point in trying? You can't do anything. You can see all that pain and all that suffering, and all you could do is feel bad for them. Give a few empty words and some gestures, hopes and prayers. You have no power to do anything about it, so why bother? Yes, Pyro. Yeah, sounds familiar, doesn't it? By the way, have you already picked up on the theme of this expansion? I know what you're going to say. Despair? No, it's much worse than despair. It's idealism. And we're really going to talk about that when the villain shows up. Villains.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
Oh, and doesn't it make sense now why people all come here and live in the shantytown and wait?
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for?
The problem with idealism is it can only go one of two ways. It can be fulfilled, or it can be denied. And that's why I say idealism is the theme of this expansion. Because, God, I'm actually tearing up a bit thinking about it. Wow. Because we see idealism denied, and we see idealism fulfilled.
Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident!
Oh yeah, they give out rations too. Just to the people in the crowd. I'm not going to say anything about this.
For you!
They give out rations to the people. So there's two reasons to live here. Yeah, we haven't really talked about the classism yet.
Routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well.
I think I've actually answered that question before, Mr. Red. I think meal tastes like watercress or chestnuts or something like that. You know, just kind of... Except not quite. Imagine a chestnut that's like squishy as you're biting into it. Like, it's almost like the texture of a squid.
Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems...
wrong.
Let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
The word you're looking for, kiddo, is wrong. Oh, that actually sounds grosser than what I was describing, Pyro. Ugh. God, I love this expansion so goddamn much. Excuse my language. I understand why my attempts to enter the city have come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via contest with ever-changing rules. I mean, absolutely, Rex. I suppose the question is, do they have the capacity to? They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since the current ruler came into power. Yet from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from shared struggles, but it robs them of self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways they can improve their lot, but my words invariably on deaf ears. Real quick point. Do you remember when Nanamo came to us for financial advice? And we suggested she go to Lolorito? Actually, no. First we went to Ardbert. That's actually where I want to point this out. And you remember where we got to Ardbert, and Ardbert says, "Ma'am, should I be honest?" And she said, "Yeah." And he said, "Okay, do not give these people handouts." You remember that? And then Ardbert gave a nice, lengthy, well-reasoned, well-written, logical, correct reason why you shouldn't just give out handouts. And I bring that up because here we're seeing some of the consequences of that type of approach. Now, granted, in this case, it's being done with malevolent intent, a desire to control. Maybe malevolent is harsh, but you get my point. But I bring it up because the consequence is the same regardless. These people have become reliant on handouts, and that is going to cause issues. This attitude is so entrenched, I worry that maybe you should take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. Oh yeah, by the way, one last bit of horror. Albino hasn't been alive as long as this has been going on around here. Still here, aren't you? Can't blame me for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch the sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, but it's safe and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. And yeah, sorry, obviously I'm talking more from like a personal perspective and an existent perspective, but let the economist in me peek out there for a second. A society that is entirely dependent on handouts is not an economy. It is in fact a dying circulation of what could barely be called an economy. Hey, you see this thing? See it? See it? I'm not gonna get it! Sorry. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Yes! Every day I dream of a life that waits for me inside those walls. Will they ever pick me? Okay, real talk. I actually think Yulmore's pretty ugly. I really do. Look at that nonsense. Look at that crap. That's just a mess. That's just an Amano painting. Ugh, God. I like how Zed Slayer had the same idea I did. I'm not... I mean, okay, I don't like Amano's art, but I do think legitimately that Yulmore looks awful. IMO. Yeah, there's a bunch of airships connected there. That actually comes up later. Yulmore has airships. Keep that in mind. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal and believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. No matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling or unable to conceive of another way of life. You disapprove of Yulmore. Just like I do. It is difficult to make final judgment without seeing the city's internal workings. Maybe it's uncertainty which makes me so ill at ease here. Damn it, casual. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take the elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into the ruin. Yeah, that's another problem. This is kind of unique in this specific case. So they're all dependent on meal, which means they're not really doing a lot of farming. And I don't know how many of you have studied farming or even agriculture at any level, but you probably know what the term of something going fallow is. What it boils down to is when the soil stops being sufficient to support farming. Now, that can be undone, but if you get to the point where a field has gone fallow, it takes a lot of work and effort to get it back to arable status. And think about all this farmland here. It's actually not a small amount, which is just being left to sit. I'm not convinced Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Felicia's people. That's because it doesn't! I am not so naive to think there's some miraculous solution to all this. Ironically, there actually is. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of the hardworking villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will know for sure, however. I will not know for sure until I have taken those long-delayed steps through the gates. It is fortunate you arrived when you did. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city. If all goes according to plan, it should soon come to fruition. I got an idea. Tell me to push open the front gate, and you just follow behind me. No, I'm joking. So there's the Hagen. They keep themselves to the ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Totaro took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered the Ando are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fruits in particular. Real quick. There's a side quest down in the Tempest where we do a quest for a Sahagin. And it's the only side quest in the entire Tempest that actually stuck out in my mind. So we talked to a Sahagin or Ando, whatever the hell they're called here. And they're like, listen, I'm confused. I tried to trade for grain from the surface, but I got some gravel instead. So I think this is strange, and I'm not gonna go overboard with this. You know, I'm not gonna get violent, but can you go figure out what the frell is going on? So we go up to the surface and we find out what the frell is going on. And it turns out some stupid kid was playing a prank. That's all it was. It was some kid who didn't understand the significance of it, who nearly killed the trade ties between the Sahagin and the surface dwellers. But to make sure to maintain those trade ties, and this is why I'm bringing this up right now, not only do we renew the trade and carry down the grain, we carry down something else. 1 orange. And the Sahagin is just like so overwhelmed by the orange. Just like, oh, yes. Yes. Okay, all is forgiven. All is forgiven. Trade renewed. It's actually quite adorable. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Even the most jaded Yulmorian lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating the price, and we will never let you forget it, Alphino. Because we're family, that's how that works. No, you're totally right, Rax. Look at that. My appointment with the Ando is due in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet them on the shore. Actually, yes, Ross, I can see that. Might you help me make the exchange? Yeah, sure. I, as ever, have got your back. Family, etc. You know, I just realized something. We'll actually hit Holminster Switch today. Cool. We're about, looks like 6 quests from Holminster Switch, if I'm reading this correctly. Oh, dude, I'm a fruit fiend. There's very little fruit I do not enjoy in real life, and I do mean all of it. And I am very limited in what's available to me. And it's very seasonal, too. I can only get certain things at certain times. Yeah, Sheridan had a thing for oranges, too. He even has a line about it where it's like it's one of the best aspects of being captain or whatever. Commander. I do like dragon fruit, too, very rarely. I don't know what litchi is. Oranges are legit, although I actually prefer tangerines. But I admit there's a bit of bias there because I've actually had homegrown tangerines, which are better in every way than the ones in the store. So, this is Moshamoa, the farmer. Oh, hi, Moshamoa. Something I can do for you, friend? Good day. My associate here is Lore. We're here to collect the produce I purchased. I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mistle lad, short blue hair. Said he'd come on your behalf. Seems to know all the details. Good Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, can't have gone far. You find a vantage point. Let's go find him and kill him in his stupid, ugly face, because I hate weekly turn-ins. It's such a dumb thing. Yeah, I tend to be fond of sweet fruits. Back when I lived in Southern California, there was this massive strawberry field that people eat. What happened is you'd go there. Hey, Mr. Red just killed the QA bot. There we go. You'd go there and you'd pay like $10, and you'd just go and you have access to the communal strawberry field. They had to start regulating after a bit, but basically you could get a crate like this big, you know, and you could fill that crate with as many strawberries as you want. You just had to go out and pick them yourself. Oh my god. Oh my god. It was so good. Yeah, repost it. The bot didn't catch it. I miss that strawberry field. Communal fields actually have a lot of positivity to them. It's just, in modern society, you kind of need to regulate that sort of thing because of assholes who ruin things for everybody. Yep, that's the kid. I thought it was him. In Toy Story 1, being an asshole. After that, well, he's the dad, Mr. Red. Very little. You notice I haven't answered any questions this entire expansion so far, and I've been streaming for 4 hours so far. There's going to be a lot less time for questions this expansion. I do apologize. I'll leave the bot up, but, yeah. Yeah, it's just that dense, and I have so much more to talk about, gameplay-wise and story-wise. We're going to discuss a lot about dungeon design and boss design. We're going to discuss a little bit of that dungeon journal thing and kind of bring that to fruition, the way I've talked about that several times. We're going to talk about some class design stuff, overworld design and flow, quest progression for the MSQ, all sorts of stuff. We got a lot to talk about.
There you are.
Hi, kid. Howdy, howdy.
The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
If not, well, this is a Star Destroyer.
Well,
a planet destroyer?
Forgive me.
Kind of.
I have to get into the city. I have no family, and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry.
Alright, in the interest of fairness, I've been starving more than once in my life, and it does really strange things to your mind.
I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be yulmore or nothing? What of the crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
We could show off Don Meg for the Trust if we want to. I haven't 100% decided the exact format of showing off the Trust, because I was planning to show off the Trust basically once, probably codify the positives and negatives already given it, and then move on.
No, it has to be yulmore.
I do plan to show off Trusts a little bit more in End, because I'm told they're a little bit different, but we'll get there when we get there.
That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
Paradise is built, not bought. Sorry.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Don't screw this up, kid. Okay, in the interest of fairness, I actually like him. I hate the weekly turn-ins, because they're dumb. But I do like him.
One path. There will be others. But for young Kaishir, it was the difference between life and death.
I'm going to just give a story plus for the post-MSQ story with Kaishir right now, just so I don't forget about it.
I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
That's really not who we are. Excuse me, you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending.
I'm here.
Shall we return to Wright then?
So I'm going to summarize it briefly. After the MSQ, Kaishir and his friends he just referenced have a whole story arc of trying to renovate I can't remember the name of it, and try to turn it into a legitimate establishment by thinking actually logically about what they could offer to get more people to come. And so you go on these little pseudo delivery quests of, well, maybe we need to get alcohol. The beehive, thank you. Maybe we need to get alcohol. Maybe we need dancers. Maybe we need music, and so forth and so on. It's actually a pretty awesome arc, and I'm only aware of it because I was using it to help level my gatherers. There, beehive. Beehive. Come on, Laura. Not behave.
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
Actually, it's more like they turn a strip club into a club.
Come on. They may need our help.
To be blunt. And they work pretty hard for it, and they actually think about it, and it's a good bit of consequent storytelling, which is why I went ahead and give it the plus. Although, in the interest of fairness, I should probably give it a gameplay negative too, because screw weekly turn-ins. Crab. Yeah, they stripped out the strip of the club and turned it into just a club. Gotta get down to the club. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, I beg you. Alright, hang on, I have to go murder a gigapudding real quick. Where's my shark? Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Man's shivering. Get a fire going. Throw him into the fire. No, no! He's warm. Thought for certain I was dead. How am I to repay this kindness? We'll settle by the tale. For the tale behind your current predicament. So what happened? Well, I was invited to Yulmore to work as an artist. Oh yeah, I haven't even talked about one of the other negative aspects of Yulmore. Wait for it. A wealthy couple took me to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vauthry's, first time we've heard that name, city. Within days, they brought me before the man himself. He asked me what I meant to do. Dejected, I told him my wish to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the ocean. So see how once again they're doing the whole you have to earn your peace thing. They're just twisting it in a really horrible way. And yeah, they even mention how the hell did you survive that? Oh. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Yeah, of course they do. What else is there? When Lord Vauthry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. Yep. Fires chased the chill from my bones. Thank you again. You're welcome. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more I'm determined to see what waits in its walls. I shall bend my thoughts towards securing a way to the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs out of this chilly coastal air. Yeah, normally I'd say, I am the Senate. But Vauthry's voice is more like, I am the Senate. I don't think I could do a Vauthry voice impression, to be completely honest. I am the Senate. I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, Chauncey, the chocolate icing. By which I mean that I am the Senate. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe both of you my life. If you'll permit me, I would assist you in an attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I'm able to, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but it's plain your minds are on it, so you should take this. Yet Vauthry's voice actor is quite good. He will probably get a positive. I'm not sure about Vauthry himself. That's a little more complex. The Yulmorian elite are never satisfied till they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Ironically, we actually know that Alphino has a talent for it. Remember when he did those sketches? Way back when he was looking for, actually, I guess that actually wasn't that far ago. When he was looking for Gosetsu and Yosuyu. I'll have it give it to after you've all done me. Besides, I can't give it a heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do, I said, I haven't decided. Go to Crystarium. I know, it's not that easy. I do know that, I get it. So, yep, he's a modest painter. Yep, no, we know Alphino. You're a way better artist than I'll ever be in real life, and I hate you for it. Stab, stab, stab. Alright, I've stabbed Alphino, as I should, as a good uncle should. Wait. Yeah, no, I think I might agree with you, Rax. We'll have to debate and deliberate as we go. Vauthry... I have absolutely no sympathy for Vauthry, unlike, say, Yotsuyu. But I don't have as much hatred for him, either. Pity. I think of Vauthry like I think of a bunch of cancerous cells. You don't think much about them one way or another, other than moving them. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at the door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of plum. So come and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. Like I said, Cardboard Golem, Vauthry is cancer. I can paint. Portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof do you have of your prowess? Any masterpiece on your person? No. Everything I paint is soon sold, such as the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, although you will note it has seen no small amount of service. Ah, ho-ho. Flecks of paint, old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us. We'll put those talents to the test. And I go with because... Question mark? Who is this, a well-wisher or a parasite? This is my assistant. Yes, Parasite it is, then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not to us. Having filled our latest vacant space, we return to Yulmore's sweet embrace. It is absolutely dehumanizing. A statement I stand by, Cardboard Golem. Oh, mercy me, the meal. We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. Must empty the sack ere we make our way back. Have some food. By the way, I didn't say it out loud, but in case you missed it, what they tend to do with the meal is they just put it into a vat of water and let it sit for a bit. Turn it into a stew. Think about that for a minute. Welcome to hell. I mean, Yulmore.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
There's the beehive.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
I'm sure there's both types here. People who really are just hedonists and people who have, as I gave a lengthy diatribe about earlier, resigned themselves to the inevitable. The hopelessness, the despair. You know what despair is? Because, no you don't. And I don't mean that to be negative. Most people do not understand what despair feels like, because despair is a level of extremity, a level of severity that most people should, and hopefully have not ever tasted. Despair is when you have lost all hope. I've only tasted despair twice in my entire life. I nearly died both times. That's not a joke. True despair is terrible. Terrible. And it's one of the reasons why I'm not as negative towards the citizens of Yulmore as I imagine a lot of people are, because I don't see the rich and fat sitting on the backs of others, because it's not that simple here. This is actually a far more complex scenario than simply the rich are evil, yada yada. What we have here is a bunch of people, some of whom are horrible, some of whom are not, and many of whom have simply given up. Welcome, welcome to the City of Final Pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear. Moving along, then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth you the way, just to put your happy faces and head to the joyous hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the patches. Declare name and occupation in a nice, loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Yeah, no, Yulmore in general. In fact, I'm just going to give an extra plus for Yulmore. I think I actually did. Hang on, Yulmore. I did. Yulmore deserves its own positive, because this is horrifically well written. It would be easy for this to just be... Let's be clear. What most fiction would do is the 1%, right? How many dozens of times have we seen that story? Where the fat and the rich are like, whoa, ha, ha, I'm fat and I'm rich and I'm stupid and I'm evil. And that's it. That's the extent of it. Now, that's not necessarily bad, because it's very relatable. Lord knows that happens in real life. But that would be it. Effectively, a one-layer puzzle, no more. But this is more like a 3 or 4 layer thing going on. And yeah, I will very strongly debate putting another positive for this. I'm just going to give it. Yeah, this is not Jeff Bezos. Excuse me. This is not Daddy. Wait a minute. I knew it! Of course you live here, Zetzlayer. Wait, what's the thing you do here? 5 months was my longest going without. Although, and this is going to sound pathetic, would you like to know how long I was in despair both times? Because I can tell you rather precisely. The first time was less than an hour. I still nearly died. I puked up blood because I had given up so thoroughly and so utterly that my body killed itself. And it is quite literally a miracle that I survived that. The second time was about 4.5 days. Have you ever been without water for 4.5 days? Because I have. Welcome to Yulmore, my friends. May I have your names? What pulled me back out? I'll go ahead and tell it. Why not? The first time was the miracle. The miracle was what pulled me back. And I'm not going to give you all the details. Please trust me when I say that what happened should not have been possible. That's all I'm going to say. Logically and reasonably and time-wise, it was effectively impossible. But my mother got there in time before my body self-destructed past survivability. The throat issues, you remember when I used to have lesions? All of that actually started because of that incident. My throat has never been the same since that time, since that day. Incident number 2, 4.5 days. This is much more pathetic. You know what pulled me back? The realization that they would find me, and they would take me to a hospital, and they would do an emergency fluidic infusion, which is a thing they can do medically, and I would survive, which was not the goal. Trust me, there's little as bad as a failed suicide attempt. So, realizing that I was truly powerless and did not even have the power to kill myself, I gave up on it. Citizens of Yulmore are divided into 2 classes. The free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vauthry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You'll be joined with the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in capacity for that which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free or accept work as general laborer. I see, and might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? 2 patrons. Chai Nose and Dahlia Chai. So let's bring this back into positivity territory. I was kind of doing that on purpose, if I'm being honest. Normally I wouldn't even share those kind of stories, because that's about as dark as I've ever gotten in real life. But I survived the first time because of miracle, and I survived the second time because of circumstance. And now I get to see the Chais. And that's not even an analogy or a joke. I got to experience Shadowbringers because I survived. Make of that what you will. A moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. Also, if you've ever wondered why I tend to get really upset at the feeling of being powerless, that's kind of why. I don't like feeling powerless. Not my thing. Take those papers next door. Submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you'll officially be Yulmorian citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. And thank you for the kind thoughts. Multiple people. Reggie, Rax, Bragman, Tara. I'm not sure yet if I'm thankful for being here, as weird as that may sound. But I am here. And things are better. And it would be a fool to dismiss that. So, thank you for your kind thoughts. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna conquer this goddamn planet and make sure that what happened to me never happens to another soul. Oh, wow. I wasn't meaning... I was trying to say that as a joke. I didn't mean to get real there. I'm sorry. I would do so much to make sure that no one ever goes through what I go through. Here's my registration paper. Damn it, I got tears on my glasses. I hate that! Anybody out there with glasses know what I'm talking about? I hate that crap. Ah. And they just speckle, you know, they just speckle the inside of your glasses and it's hard to see what the hell you're doing. There's just this debris in the way. Hate that crap. Yeah, so for those of you who saw my my DS9 video on what was that? The one about Kira's adoptive Cardassian father. There's a reason I broke down and said that no one deserves to die on the cold metal floor. Because that's where I was when I was puking up blood. That's the spot. I've never forgotten it. I never will. No one. No one deserves that. No, it was the one after Second Skin. It was the follow-up to Second Skin. Oh god, I know, right, Pyro? This little just kind of sit there because you got like a bit of a lisp or whatever, a lid onto it. Alphano, artist, lore, artist assistant, employed in the service of Lord Chinuz and Lady Dulia Chai. I think it actually came up in Babylon 5 too. You're right, it did with the refugees. Because there was a big refugee crisis problem in Bab 5, and yeah, that's also related. So you're absolutely right. It's come up twice in my show. What are you smelling? I don't smell bad. Shut up! You smell hideous. And scythe. Did you crawl through a ditch? It's an unholy miasma of dust, sweat, and the musk of unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourself clean. Use this perfume liberally. I didn't realize we were so aromatic. I take offense to this. I'm just saying. I take a pains to try and keep myself clean. So, you know. There's the, thank you, Sam. Hang on. What is this? Okay, whatever. Ties of Blood and Water, that's the one. That's the one. See you around, Giga. I hope to see you Saturday. Clean, clean, clean. Yep. We haven't bathed since ARR. I like to think that we've cleaned up a couple of times. I mean, for God's sakes, if nothing else, when we went to House Fultem, right? Except there it wasn't, man, you stanky! Instead it was more like, oh, here, have some services because, you know, things are terrible. Uh-oh, people are gonna kill me. No, don't kill me! Oh, okay, you're not gonna kill me. What is that pose that Fife's using right now? What is that pose? Hi, Reggie. That's a good point, Pyro. We do tend to get used to ourselves. Oh, it's female idol. I was going to say, I know what male idol looks like. It's not that. Here, I'll even show you. Give me a sec. You've seen Rax do it, I'm sure, 100 times, but you just kind of rest like this, see? I didn't know that male and female have a different idol pose. That's actually interesting. Whatever. Back to being the best class in the game, alongside the other best classes in the game, which are Dancer and Sage and Gunbreaker and I think it's everything. What am I doing? Oh yeah, perfume. Right. I now smell like perfume. Oh, you've showered and dressed, then. I thought there was only one idle pose per person with your weapon out. But I don't like Scholar, Pyro. That's not to say it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Hurry up and shower, Stinky! Fine. But yeah, the idle poses when you don't have a weapon drawn. You've got several. That's like my arm folding is the one I've chosen, and you can rotate between them, and yada yada yada. You get it. Oh, I should have picked the Atlassian line. Ah, whatever. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go talk to our new patrons? Why, yes, we should. If I was to use Scholar, no one could stop me. And that just wouldn't be fair to anyone, would it? That's interesting. Although, while we're on the subject, I do like Sage quite a bit. But their idol is just kind of not interesting to me. Because the idol for Sage is just this. It's just this. That's all it is. And it's like, okay, whatever. It's not bad, it's just... Alright, whatever. Looks like female is pretty similar. By the way, one of my favorite idols, I know it's pathetic, but it's actually Gunbreaker. Which is just kind of standing at the ready there, with a lower front guard position. And yeah, there's female Dark Knight, whereas male Dark Knight, which you've seen me done a few points. Give it a second. Is this completely different for Dark Knight? Mine's over my back, hers is going down forward. And, let's see. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, the other one I actually like. Both tanks, go figure. Oh, that's the wrong outfit. So, looks like Paladin is pretty similar between the two. It's just a common at the ready. In fact, I think it's almost identical. So, whatever. Anyways, enough screwing around. What am I right now? I'm a Reaver. Reaver. I'm gonna AFK briefly. And by briefly, I mean for like 5 minutes. Forgive me, I will be back in just a bit. do apologize for that. Set up. Okay. Well, I'm glad you recognize the truth, Mr. Red. That you're an idiot! No, I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to go for the joke. Nah, you're worse, son. I should know. I'm a pretty good judge of people. Really. Historically speaking, I am rarely wrong about people. I need to go this way. I'm going the wrong way. That's funny. What your favorite pose says about you? That's actually a good question, Barrow. Because you know my pose. I do this one. Although, if I'm being completely honest, I mostly go with that pose because I don't like any of the other ones. Frankly, several of the female ones are better, but they wouldn't fit me either. I mean, like there's the one where they kind of leap to the side and they hold the arm with the other arm. There's this one. Neither of those would fit me either, but they're better options than what I got. So I'm supposed to talk to someone named Dulia Chai. I don't know who this person is. I guess we'll figure it out. I should probably have used the warp point since I have it. Oh, well, this gets across how vertical this place is. It's okay, we mostly only use the top layer. Which is this one, right here. So who's ready to meet the best character? Okay, that's an exaggeration. But there is a good character in a few seconds here. And it's China's. Who I really didn't like my first time around. I liked her, though.
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh! And you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Why does he look like death? Because he is. Oh, okay.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
Well, you know.
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all.
I mean, I haven't really settled on an outfit I really like for Reaper yet, so I'm kind of winging it for right now. But, you know. Also, yeah, as I've said before, I totally think of myself as Alphino's uncle, so...
Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations.
Alright, roll charisma with advantage.
Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Ooh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content.
Yeah, it took me a while to warm up to him, which relates to what Pyro just said in chat, but I warmed up to her instantly. Speaking of which, let's write her name down.
Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Thanks, Alphino. Yeah, her sense motive is at a negative 32. Off you go. The city is yours to explode. Do be careful on the outer walkways. I'd be most upset if you were to slip and fall. And yeah, by the way, this is, near as I could tell, a bit of another tech test for them. Trying to go ahead and have different skeletons for different scales and different models. It's something several other MMOs have poked at, WoW, most extensively. And it's nice to see them experiment with this kind of thing, because this opens the door for them to do other variants, for lack of a better way to put it, on races. My wife has given you permission. I do not seek my say-so. All I ask is you behave yourself. Draw no attention. Be respectful at all times. Sure. Now you've got the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. So this is technically our next city explore quest, but not really. Oh, that's a cool outfit too. What's that one? Is that Blue Mage? It is Blue Mage, isn't it? What's that outfit? That's pretty neat. I like it. That's White Mage. Okay. Exactly, Pyro. Yeah, there's some good ideas behind a tech test, like skeleton mutation and re-application of meshes and all sorts of fun stuff like that. Yeah, I'm a little lost, amiable maiden. 'Tis lovely to make your acquaintance. You wouldn't have to run to my attendant, big strong lad, long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand, and I realized I dropped my handkerchief. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you see him, tell him to come back here quickly. Okay. I remember being stuck on one of these quests for a while last time. We'll see how long it takes me this time. I'm sure this is supposed to be funny, but that is actually terrifying. Because that's not water, and that's death, if he were to fall here. Let me help you back up. Yeah, just leave him like Renoa. Start a timer. What? That was too close. Why were you out there? Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue the handkerchief. The wind must have blown it over the edge. But luckily, it caught on something. Thought if I could just stretch far enough. You risked your life for a scrap of cloth. It's not just a scrap of cloth. Not if it belongs to... I would risk my life and more to spare my mistress but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there's so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There's no war, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has ever been so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Kaluja where I would possibly be happier. Sorry, got caught away. Anyways. Yeah, if you were a Lalafell, you could walk through that whole body. Even me, and I'm a giant, would slip through that effortlessly. Like, look at this. Look at that. That is a huge gap. I know. They don't care about safety here, but wow! Oh my god, by contrast, look at this on this side. This is much more of a safety railing on the inside, whereas the outside is just whee! Fun. My tender told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer assistance. And yes, I did, Vauthry. Sorry. You seem a dedicated patron. Oh, my attitude is not unusual, I assure you. Without the efforts of our bonded citizens, we free would not enjoy the pleasures of our daily lives. They are deserving of our undying gratitude. Perhaps in another society our different standings would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of the measure requires that free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city, aka to Vauthry. In exchange, we are provided ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin is an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. No comment. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer in reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten of you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. And yeah, as I said before, I already mentioned this. This is why I went ahead and gave the second plus to Yulmore. It would be so easy to just make all these people be 1% assholes, but they don't. I suppose we got tired of that back in Ishgard. All this talk of relying on the bonded, I haven't given a thought to what your duties. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city. You must really visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tistabai usually has a seat near the entrance. She'll gladly speak with you on a number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. The bee, you say? Or the beehive. Behave. The behave. Let me just warp through reality here really quick. Like you do. Well, not my kind of place, but, you know, whatever. No judgment. Okay, lots of judgment, but, you know, that's for the whole city. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone. And stab. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. And stab number 2. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering. It always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards, huh? Quick game of high or low. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Okay. Let's play high or low. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip 1 of yours, I flip 2 of mine. No. No! No! I'll go high. $16. Yeah, this is a bit of a math problem. It's about statistics and variability. Usually I concede defeat at this point. What do you say to a rematch? 1 more win, then we'll talk about the favor. Okay. We'll go low. Yep. Are we done here? Yes, I can do math. Let's go. Now you got a knack for this. Congratulations. Victory is yours. Come whisper in my ear what it is you want to hear. That's all. How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that's all. I'm sorry, were you expecting something more? I think she was. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vauthry was born with the power to command them. Which means no Yulmorian ever need raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Atharn there. There's not that Mary Sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Oh my god, you are. Nice outfit, though. I mean, I'll take you over the jackass behind you any day. There it is. Hi, Evo. New to Ilmore, you say? Oh, you've only just arrived. Already looked to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but I need to slow down. Enjoy. Like, no, I'm literally on a timer. Like, if you think about it, this planet and my planet are both on separate timers. Let's go. You want me... Okay. Okay, I'll dance for you, you little jack. What's the best outfit I could possibly dance in? Let me think about this for a moment. Blue mage. Perfect. Hey, look, it's a lookout. Putting no effort into it. You cannot continue this quest until... I didn't get I didn't get quest credit because I'm the wrong class, because blue doesn't count as a class for quest credit. Oh my god. Okay. You remember why I didn't give more pluses to blue? Stuff like that is why, all jokes aside. Like, at least let me level as blue, for God's sakes. You know? It's not like there's any real difficulty in doing the quests, you know? Oh, I know, right? Alphatrix, this is rather me. Where's my freaking class? There we go. There's my scythe. God! Now that was a show! Shunk! Reggie, kill this man. So what was it you wanted to ask me? Oh yeah, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it was today. Yes, everyone, descend upon this fool. There we go. Much better. The Yulmorian army may be the essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us about 20 years ago when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere there are fools who insist on fighting losing battles. Puh, a toast to Vauthry. Alright, you paying attention? Because that was a lot of important info very quickly. Important info number 1. Yulmore used to be a military power, and for roughly 80 years, relied on its military might to maintain its standing. Thing number 2. Vauthry can effectively docile has figured out some way to make it so that the Sin Eaters are not a problem. Whether he controls them, or placates them, or he's secretly feeding people to them, or whatever horrible thing is actually happening, it doesn't matter, because the long and the short of it is, it's not an issue, and hasn't been an issue for long enough that it's become a regular system, which leads us to point 3. Yet another reason. I think we're up to like 6 reasons now for why people seek out Yulmore and are willing to do so much to be here. No Sin Eaters at all. No problems. No nothing. Imagine for just a moment, it's hard to come up with a parallel for this. Imagine living in Kingdom Hearts and there's no threat of Heartless. Imagine living in Ferelden and the Darkspawn can't get to you, can't affect you. Imagine living in a typical, like in the Forgotten Realms, and your typical always chaotic evil, no sentience creatures, which is like 15, can't affect you. Demons can't reach you, devils can't reach you. You get the idea, right? It is obvious why people would seek that, even if it was at cost. And it's worth noting, it's barely at cost. At least on the micro scale. This is why this is exactly as horrifying as everything that went on back in that frickin' desert. Because yeah, this is a zombie apocalypse where the zombies just don't attack here. And yet the consequence of this is the kind of insidious long-term thing that most people don't even think about. That most people don't process. Where'd you get the mug from, Zetzler? Anyways. Oh, hi, Mr. Rid. What is that outfit? Oh, it's your machinist outfit. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wasn't even gonna bring up the fact that there's very few children here. Oh, don't ask me, Evo. Okay, I mean, actually, you can ask me because I literally know the... Hey, it's my old crafting outfit. I literally know the answer to your question. The reason that most of the monsters manuals had an alignment rating for creatures that effectively weren't sentient and sapient, or weren't intended to be, was because they wanted because they needed to have an alignment for things like protection against alignment, or smite evil, or other spells and effects that specifically affect alignment. It wouldn't do to nerf a paladin, for example, who's going out and fighting goblins, for example. The problem with that is immediately in reaction to that, most of the players and GMs for decades looked at that and said, well, they can't, like, if they're evil, then there has to be something about them that's evil, right? And so over time, less and less of those creatures have been mindless evil and have been more mindful evil and fleshing out culture, etc., blah, blah, blah. That's a cool outfit, too. I like that one. Anyways. Hi, Chai. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon. You need to hurry back. Young Alpha has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, or so I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. So there's his new outfit for the expansion. I kind of liked his old one better, to be blunt. But, you know, it's not bad. I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? I agree with that, Evo. Oh, goodness gracious me, the last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to painting, Alphino? This isn't Fashion Souls. Exactly, the lad's an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, that's to say, so long as you... Yeah, whatever. Just make sure to give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, so we pick out jewelry next? Lol, Pyro. By the way, we are 3 quests from Holminster Switch, for anybody interested. Don't worry, we've got a bunch of cutscenes. You've seen how dense these quests are. I'm just pointing it out, because we will be doing Holminster Switch tonight, like I said. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. Next time, the time I spend indulging these extractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. Go sniff about the military headquarters. Sure. Why not? Fortunately, I do actually have the Aetherites unlocked, so let's just head down there, shall we? More down. Didn't need those. This is your military? Yeah, I know, they don't really need one. I mean, they don't even really need a cage in the strictest sense of the word. Most people they deal with, they just throw out. And that's the end of that. There you are. What's up? You're one of the bonded, like me? Please, I need your help with my throat. I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoric. Here's a list of symptoms, and a hunk of meal to pay for medicines. Uh-oh, keep this here. Sneak up here, just get away. Uh-oh! Mr. Red almost had me, but I'm safe. Safe from all. So many assassins always trying to kill me. God, it's like I'm a streamer. Hey, medicines. I need this medicine. Here's the payment. Cure for an ailing voice. No medicine will cure this. Your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, or simply silence her chirps? Didn't you know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few ever seem to leave, even as corpses. You might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest are gone. Town of nightmares it is, not for this ship's rat. No, I'm content to scurry around down here and nibble on crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Well, I'm on fire now, apparently. It's okay. Mr. Red will defend me from the fire. Yeah, the garbage chute. We're not even going to talk about that one. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, Evo. As weird as it may sound, it's actually irritated me for years that a lich has to be evil. There's caveats there, but it is a little bit silly. Or if we're being honest, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Did you get the medicine? So, what am I to do if I can't sing? I will personally take you to the crystarium. Ah, there you are. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still on the mend. Generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... Explain. So, have you hated Yulmore yet? If not, you're probably about to. So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave, but needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out in the street. You're too kind, sir, but what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Brax pointed this out already, but have you noticed that most of the people here are actually decent? They're kind of legit. Kind of blank-faced. Kind of blank-minded. But still, they're not pointlessly cruel just to... They're not Ishgardians. They're not Ishgardian nobility. Let's just call that as blunt as we can. No, this is a much more insidious evil. I shall have a word... with Lord Vauthry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again. Or maybe you think it's a step too far? Oh, you would do that for me? Of course. I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. We live in a society. Well, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them into the celestial paradise. That's what the Sin Eaters do. No, it freaking isn't. It is through Lord Vauthry we learned this truth. It's not the truth. It is through Lord Vauthry's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. They're not destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host should their patrons deem them worthy. He's doing this as a kindness. Remember that. Think about that. Lord Vauthry's such a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you've shown this precious canary. The Joker would be bored by Yulmore. The Joker would leave. Well, okay. I know. There's actually... Oh, God! I'm just gonna sneak out here. Hang on. There we go. Nothing to see here. So I know there's lots of different types of the Joker, but the Joker I tend to think of in my head would look at this and be like, this is stupid, and he would just leave. Kefka? Kefka would set it on fire and then leave. I actually agree with Logue. Which is funny, because, well, let's not get into that. That's a weird outfit. There we go. How's the painting going, Alphino? Well, why don't we take a look? Holy crap, Alphino! Good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I began sketching out an outline for the portrait, but the chais appear occupied. Will you share what you have gleaned thus far? Yes, this stuff be messed, yo. So Lord Vauthry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? I would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. As for this ascension business, I cannot help but be in the mind that this apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folks have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? And I can't even base Delta Zero this place because these people deserve... maybe that's the wrong word. These people can be saved. We can't just base Delta Zero this place. We need a scalpel. We're not a scalpel. I take my eyes off you. One moment you're chatting away with that assistant of yours. I might assume the outline is done then. What blazes? Yeah, it's really good. Like, really good. Sickness must be purged. It's so unflattering. Here's my sight. Ugh. No, I'm not going to kill him. I like Chai. Just not yet. Here's your artistic interpretation. It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with boundless beauty. Oh, so you want a Greek painting? Lord Chai, you stated this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seems to me a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees. I want to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... Screaming man. Screams. Did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose set ruin to our fair city, but the Lord has got him now and his fate will not be pretty. The hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it are invited to join his lordship in the offer. And I'd make fun of this, but historically a lot of people have watched executions as entertainment. I don't even begin to understand that, and I don't think I can. I've felt too much pain in my life to enjoy such a thing. If you're curious, it might be worth going along with the experience. The offer they mention is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vauthry resides. Notice we haven't even met Lord Vauthry yet. Ordinarily, you'd be barred from entering, but it seems they'll open the doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. Better not dawdle, then. Oh yeah, it's actually funny how similar this is to Revendreth. Not literally, just thematically. A place twisted in insidious and quiet ways into something so much worse than what it should be. Yeah, the Reign of Terror. I know, Scion. I'm aware. Oh, hey, voice acting. Speaking of Vauthry, that's Vauthry up there.
That's him. That's Vauthry.
So, 2 bits of visual storytelling immediately. He's a really big fat guy, right? No, that's not visual storytelling. What's visual storytelling in here is he's resting on a Sin Eater who is being stroked by a Sin Eater. Oh, and also he's super fat. Also, there's Sin Eaters just in the area, providing him whatever.
He is attended by Sin Eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
And yeah, it's Bobby Kotick. Let's just call this what it is.
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts?
I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vauthry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yulmore is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society!
Now, can I just say that I love his voice actor? It takes a careful amount of voice direction and voice acting to simultaneously be nuanced and cheesy, you know, over the top, scenery chewing, right? He actually balances it quite well, and one way or another, Vauthry's voice actor is getting a positive.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin-eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Probably the best usage of this song in the entire game, by the way.
It is true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin-eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
Remember what I said earlier? Vauthry is cancer. A byproduct of his environment. An environment that applauds him when he says something like that.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore.
Yeah, sure, one sec. Grab my thing here. Alright. There you go. Here's your painting.
If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
No, I called it earlier. City of Puke. Sin Eaters are light.
Gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds. I told you to paint me a picture.
Yeah, Vauthry is he's actually such a unique character because calling him evil is difficult to do. Because evil, there's different types of evil, but it really boils down to two categories broadly. There's ambivalent evil and there's malevolent evil, and we've discussed both of those extensively on this very show. Vauthry is oblivious evil, which is rare. Yeah, he is a cancerous, self-entitled. He has been told his entire life since he was a baby that he is a savior and a hero and a king, and he has demonstrated the power to back it up. So it's not just a delusion, as weird as that may sound. It's just nothing has ever pushed into him any definition, in any existence of growth, mental growth, or emotional growth, or anything. I say without hyperbole that my niece, who's 9 years old, is more mature and grown up than that thing, that pile of cancer. He had parents.
Mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk?
I think so.
Oh, his father is totally part of this. I have too, Jorian. I imagine...
Did that little worm just insult me?
Yeah, look how long that took it to process, by the way. Because he's that unused to it. He is that It's that little a part of his life. But anyways, real quick. How many of you have encountered someone like Vauthry in real life? Not to this extreme, of course. This is ridiculous. But how many of you have encountered someone with this kind of mindset? Because I have. More often than I like to admit to. A literal tantrum.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all!
By the way, he's actually quite rapid for someone that big.
I torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Believe it or not, that's actually a bit of foreshadowing. He's not actually fat, not as we perceive it. He's big, and there is a difference there. And yeah, he is very strong. It's not like he's the Kingpin over in Marvel, but it's kind of similar. That's not a big old fat guy. That's a gorilla. Hey, Kai. Thank you. Oh yeah, the Blob. That's a better example. Also from Marvel. So yeah, Sin Eater, sorry. I was going to wait until we got out of the cutscene. I feel like we've already explained Sin Eaters several times, but in simplicity, a Sin Eater is a creature, could be a person, could be an animal, could be a plant, that has been consumed by the light-aspected ether which has flooded the world, and has been warped and mutated into a new creature as a result, which, for all intents and purposes, has lost its sentience and sapience, and now exists only to spread itself like a parasitic cancer. Oh yeah, and that cutscene deserves a pause. It was a very well done cutscene. Yeah, a virus is a good word for it. How is he controlling them? So this is a world in which Sin Eaters are rampant, and he controls them and provides food and shelter. That's it. That's all there is to it. And he's done it for 20 years. Forgive me, in my anger I seem to have... Oh, there's actually another thing, but I'm not getting into that yet. So it's... I seem to have marched us back outside again. Although it's probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome. Yeah, we won't actually back to Yulmore for a while. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me our battle against the Sin Eaters will find new allies in Kalusia. Yeah, we haven't even talked to the dwarves yet. I will accompany you back to the crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy and now. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You are hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I'd but known the price you would have to pay. No, you gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Vauthry wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the crystarium? I'm certain we can find work for you there. No, that'd be leaning on your kindness again. No, it'd be you working for a goddamn living. Come back to the crystarium! Don't make me smack the stupid out of you. Smack. Very well. You must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorians will be coming looking for us. We haven't even met Ranjit yet, I just realized. Sorry. What in blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you! I took a peek at your unfinished portrait. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there is something about your work as if you caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vauthry. Vouch for your character. I'm sure we could smooth it over. Sorry, Lady Chai, there are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to the fullest? That says it all. God, I don't know why this is hitting me, but that says it all. Everything I've been talking about for the last, hour is right there in one sentence. What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Despair! There is no future. There is no getting better. There is no hope. Why not enjoy what we can? And this is why idealism is the theme of this expansion. Because there's an idealist in that wonderful woman right there. Someone who wants to live. Someone who cares. Someone who loves life. But it's being buried under this apocalypse that's just on pause. Pray press me no further. We are leaving. But I would not presume to take the garments you are so kind as to procure for me. Oh, no. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. I shall make arrangements so you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. Spoilers. We will see her again. Do you get why it gets to me, Zed Slayer? It's so understandable. And so wrong. This is FF6 in a nutshell, if you really think about it for a second. World of Ruin! Right? And if not for us, she would be right. Think about that for a minute. I said this earlier in Stormblood. Nobody could have predicted us. We are the true wild card to this setting. Everyone who is wrong, we talk about him being wrong or how bad things are, or people have given up, or how this is the only way they could go forward. And all of them are only wrong because of us. Because of a random chance on a random chance that we just happened to be who we are, where we are, how we are, when we are. Whilst not the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say our plans for saving the First are as unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vauthry. By the way, did you catch why I fell in love with Shadowbringers? Obviously, it's a well-constructed expansion. Obviously, there's good gameplay design, there's good boss design, there's good class design, there's good quality of life design, there's good writing, dialogue, world building, etc. Good consequence storytelling, and good plot construction. But do you see why it hits me? And it really does hit me for pretty much the exact same reason FF6 hits me. Sorry. Sorry. Hadn't even talked to that Amaro Porter. You can tell I use Flight Pass in this game. We are extremely close to Holminster Switch. So if anybody wants to join that, I'll go ahead and roll it up now. Okay, I've got the number. If anybody wants to join. I would like to do it as a Reaper, but I actually don't care that much in Shadow. I can be whatever. We've got Gunbreaker, we got Dancer. Oh, right, you haven't been able to join for Led. Do you mind if I slot one in for Riot? Because she doesn't get to join us all that often. I kind of have to, because she's not going to win that otherwise. But... Oh, you got 10 minutes. We're not even there yet. Good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I've not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with her plans today. Damn it, Laura, come on. And you've seen quite a lot of the First yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. Yeah, the Light Warrens. This quest opens up Holminster Switch, so yeah, we're pretty much right here.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist.
If you're paying attention, this has been lightly foreshadowed before now. People affected by the Light Ether sense the other Light Ether, sense the other Light Ether, so it's just kind of gravity, for lack of a simpler way to put it.
Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
With a caveat.
I have a feeling Yulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vauthry's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure this is going to be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source.
Yeah, by the way, this is the first time they've actually explained rejoinings in the whole game. They've mentioned it many times.
And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold.
You remember the flood that ended the Magi War?
As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Pause. That means 7 planets have been genocided. I needed to pause to re-emphasize that fact. And these aren't exactly depopulated planets. There is the 6th one, I believe. The flood that I just mentioned earlier. It's either that one or that one. It's one of the two. Hey! I remember that one. Oh, I'm not getting into that at all. Pyro!
Stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance.
Okay, mass murder then, Pyro. How's that?
In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the first and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
You needed a Star Destroyer. Okay.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements.
Yeah, we will discuss more about the rejoinings, more nuance and more detail, and the 13th later.
They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the crystarium.
It was a record, I believe, at the time, Asdamine.
You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Bahamut was kind of a unique situation. And that's actually all I'm going to say about that right now. I'm pretty sure Bahamut wasn't as planned for as several of the others were. The fall of the Allagons, the end of the War of the Magi, all of those were built up for and worked for. Bahamut was kind of a, huh? So, Mr. Red, Rye, and hang on, I gotta scroll up a bit here. The number was 97. So, it looks like Cashel was the other one. Cashel is not on, and there's Rye. Agreed, Scion. I mean, FF14 is written better than WoW in many ways, let's be honest with ourselves. Sorry, Pillars of Snow. Like I said, I wouldn't mind going as Reaper, but I also don't really care at this point. At that point, I'm just going to straight up disagree with you, Pyro. Although, I have pretty strong and firm ideas of identity, which I have built up over the years, and I am rather unflexible on. See Cyberpunk for a discussion thereof. So, that's probably just something we're just going to have to say we agree to disagree on. Alright, if we follow this road north, we will arrive at the north staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Yeah, by the way, how many people did this when this came out and just kind of got smashed in the face? Random question, just, you know. Cashel? Are you logging in? Cashel! Cashel! Cashel has given up on us. Hell, I've actually wiped in this place doing trusts. Go ahead, make fun. Yeah, this dungeon is pretty unfriendly to wall-to-walling. Reminds me a bit of something that happens in another MMO I'm not going to name, where the first dungeon of the expansion is a little bit meaner than the norm. Oh, no Cashel. Okay, I don't actually remember the thing, and it's because it's scrolled off the list now, so we're just going to do another number thing for anybody who wants to join. So, 1 to 100. Anybody wants to take Cashel's place. We've already got a healer, because I'm pretty sure Rye has to heal. So I think that's all she's got. The Exarch asked, we wait, so we wait. You're here. We are heading in together, yes. Oh, you have Red Mage. My bad, she can deeps. Yeah, honestly, Holminster is one of the only dungeons I've had issues with in Shadow. I don't usually have issues with most of the other dungeons. But anyways, past these gates and through the woods, just not exactly a near neighborhood to the crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we've built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we've seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe the Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to sail a warden sooner than we expected. And it's not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you it happens if you defeat one of those fiends? No, no one's mentioned it yet. They hold more light inside them than all their underlings put together. It can be struck down, but its essence won't dissipate. The vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Kind of, you know, archdemony from Dragon Age. It's just kind of by circumstance rather than deliberate intent. You can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask the guards stand down and allow us to engage the leader of Eaters alone. Concentrate on survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Like I said, it's pretty common in other MMOs as well. Hell, the first Moria dungeon in Lord of the Rings Online was pretty mean. As Captain of the Guard, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort. I insist I go with you. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leveliers, Captain Lina, and the Star Destroyer. Now, if you're paying attention, they've kind of had this plan in place for a while, and literally have been waiting for us to execute it. Oh yeah, there's this thing called trusts, by the way. Yeah, fair enough, Reggie. You'd be like, hey, people, join me. But yeah, alright, so. Okay, so numbers. Looks like, what do we get? Jesus, Rax. Okay, the number was 77. I think Rax is actually controlling my dice here. Rax is naturally not online. Yeah, I mean, I can't prove it to you, but it's 77. It's right there. But I guess I could prove it to you. I just have to, like, do this, and you have no way of knowing it. But it's 77. I mean, statistically speaking, it's probably likely, Zed. But I don't... Oh, there you are. See, I don't see you. Oh, you've even brought a white mage. Perfect. If only I had another white mage to go with your white mage, then we could white mage while we white mage. Here, you know what? I'll bring my white mage, too. White mage! What, white mage? Hang on. White Mage Solidarity. Wait, why am I not seeing your spells? Character? Where? Control? Character. Tab. Here we go. Aha! Why is that set to limited? Screw all that nonsense. There we go. Now it's just White Mage Solidarity Party. Join us with the White Mages, Rye. Join us in White Mage joy. Blood for the Blood Lilies. Conjurer's Count, come here. Join the circle here. We'll make a circle on the White Mage. Alright, we should probably figure out what we're going to be, so... let me think about this for a minute. I need to judge... Oh, I can't yet, can I? No, Jarian. What's that? Bragwin, join us and be a White Mage. Join us in White Magery. Yeah, I'll go and speak with the Solidarity. No, oh, Rax exists. Alright, so I think we're all in agreement. We're gonna do a 4 White Mage party. Yeah, I was just thinking that, USN Corp. So, this is a whatever. whatever anyone wants to bring. So let me think about this. So sorry. 3 white mages and a conjurer. A full healer party? I don't think that would work out very well. Aggro would go all over the place, and it's actually pretty hard to heal in this game when you have aggro. So... go ahead and link it here, Jorian. Okay, so... Mr. Red, you tank. Rye, you heal. I'm gonna go ranged this. Show it off. I think this is a good dungeon to show off from ranged. Yeah, I think that's a good pick. I like how it's like, Rax is a gunbreaker. No, he's not. Oh. Make sure we do not have, so yeah, hang on. Minimum eye level, Silence Echo, Flame, Dungeons. Hey, Shadowbringers dungeon. Holy crap, I finally don't have to adjust the thing. Let's do it. So, I hope you like storytelling and dungeon design. Because we're about to charge into a village and, not save anybody. Oh god, it's horrible. You see all the cocoons that are already here down the road going out of the village? Alright. Whoops, I'm on the wrong tab. There you go. Put that on Rex. Let's do it. Yeah, speaking of which, you see that bear up there that just got stabbed by that thing? By the way, do you remember that specific thing that just stabbed the bear? Because we've already seen it. It's the one that killed Tesleen back in Amareng. Yeah, think about a light at a Sin Eater fungus. Or maybe don't. Pulls is up to Rye, since she's your healer. Rax and I have got your deeps. We totally got this. You'll make a good combo. Switch. On this for this pull. One of those little deceptive things about the trash in here, and I know this because I've actually done Home Monster Switch a lot. In fact, this is the dungeon I used to test classes and builds at 70. Because I don't know, just by coincidence, it's the one I know very, very well, and so I just kind of did it a lot. Anyways. So the trash in here is deceptively mean. Almost, even that little 3-pack we just did will absolutely shred you if you don't pay attention. No joke. Everything in here hurts. Like, everything in here hurts. I wasn't joking earlier. Oh yeah, we can actually answer questions during dungeons. It's like the only time we've had to do so far. Let's see. Oh yeah, Sinators are dangerous, and this is a good way to showcase that, because that's pretty much what we fight in here. Yeah, I know they nerfed this at some point. So, question. What do you think would happen if the Flood was dropped into this world with the Sin Eaters running around? What do you mean, Luke? I don't understand that. Probably actually pull up the QAQ. Hey, Baron. So you might think, aha! AoE! No. Each of these bears... This is actually a concept that I think WoW first introduced. It's a concept of a type of trash pack. There's lots of little things, there's a couple of things that affect you, there's lots of trash which all do lots of different things, and then there's the big guys that hit like a truck. Now, usually when you have the big guys that hit like a truck, you usually have one, right? And then, later on, you have two big guys that hit like a truck, and yet notice the third trash pull in this dungeon is two big guys that hit like a truck. But that's okay, because the first trash pull was one big guy that hits like a truck, so they're still following the pattern. In short, good design. Good trash design. Not great, but certainly some good stuff. Oh, the Halo Flood! Oh, the Halo Flood would sweep over this in, like, a couple hours. However long it takes them to physically cross the planet. Like, that's the end of that. By the way, notice how much damage Mr. Red is taking? I'm not saying that to shame him. Remember, this is just mean. And yeah, this dungeon is also exceptionally punishing to wall-to-walling. If you've been paying attention, we could two-pull the initial pack, the bear and the, the bear, the wolves, like these things, whatever these things are, and the initial scorpions. The second pack, we could pull the two bears, which remember hit like a truck, the three wolves, which are mean, and these guys. Do not wall-to-wall this trio that I just described, unless you really know what you're freaking doing. Favorite color is white and black, or black and white. Depending on how you want to call it. I get what you mean, Pyro. And I do. I still kind of disagree. I still think it's murder, but I do at least get your point. It's not like I don't, you know what I mean? Hang on. Let me pretend to be a typical streamer for a second. You're dumb and just... There we go. Got it out of my system. We're cool. First boss. It's this jackass. Notice the wing is still missing, by the way. So I sure hope you know your telegraphs, because that's kind of what this boss is in a nutshell. Hey, Mr. Red remembered. Hey, look! There's that mid-mission music that, or the mid-boss music that Scion pointed out. Finally passed the generic music. So there's our unavoidable, which she likes to do. Then she's gonna do this, put out some crap on the ground. Let me see that. And then that. And then that. And honestly, that's actually most of the fight. This is a telegraph check. I feel in many ways that this is designed to be more of a this is how telegraphs work rejoinder, since a lot of the bosses in Shadow lean very heavily onto the idea of telegraphs and combining and using them. Unavoidable attacks are essentially a healer tax. They're there to make sure your healer doesn't get bored. I'm not sure I would do that, and in fact, in Everlore, I'm almost positive I would not do that. But... yeah. This. Oh, I agree, Jorian. I know some people dislike the dungeon design and boss design of Shadow. I am not one of those people. Generally speaking, if I think of a dungeon I enjoy, most of it is in Shadow. Well, I say it's a healer tax. You're right, it's obviously not just a healer tax. But I say it's a healer tax because at the end of the day, even if you have a perfect and flawless group that's doing everything perfectly, the one and only thing that an unavoidable attack does is it makes sure that the healer has something to do. My attacks were screwed up. I mean, the twinning is amazing, but, you know, that's kind of whatever. I don't know what else to add to that. But yes, unavoidables actually accomplish like 5 or 6 things. So, you know, that's... I don't feel like getting into it. We've actually already discussed this 5 times. Whoa! And my earbud just fell out of my ear. That's how much I don't want to discuss that. Someone help! Ah! By the way, look at how many cocoons are in this farmland area. Think of all the sheep. Just look at all the cocoons in that area. God damn it, who looted? Are you gonna double pull? You don't have to. Yeah, let's actually not. I see what Mr. Ardbert, I think. Yeah, we've got a limit break ready to go, and I've actually got it on my bar. No, I didn't, Zakthep, sorry. Why are you fighting Namor? Oh, right, because you're fighting a sea monster. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, yeah, an unavoidable that sets your HP to 1 is a little bit different. In fact, I don't even call that an unavoidable. I call that excuse me, fallen 1. There we go. God, I can't think of the term. A fallen 1 is there for its own purposes, which again is usually on the healers, and usually just make sure you're paying attention. But if you do a fallen 1, and you do a thing where, you know, the next attack is a DPS attack that's going to hit a bunch of people, but it's avoidable, then that's an avoidance check. That's a pay attention check to make sure your people are not running around, you know, all willy-nilly. Okay. Yeah, to be very clear, when I refer to an unavoidable, it's a very specific type of attack. It is an AoE that hits the whole party in a boss fight that cannot be avoided, that does a set amount of damage that can't be dodged or anything. That's an unavoidable. It's a very specific type of thing. Mr. Red is having technical difficulties. Please stand by. It's also worth noting a fallen 1 can be a pay attention check for the healer, too. So, for example, a fallen 1 that you know is coming, a healer can be ready for. Especially if you have a bubble healer, so they can have bubbles already out to make sure you have a little bit of leeway before you actually fall over to, you know, an errant breeze. And they can make sure to have a heal being wound up and ready to go for when you actually get hit, or don't get hit, or whatever. Related to the greater heal game, if you will. So, go ahead and double pull here, Mr. Red. Whenever you're ready. I don't understand that question, Trihexia. I confess my ignorance. Mr. Red, hold on. Gonna wait till I lose aggro. Yeah, I'm gonna need a bubble. She knew it was coming. She knew. There we go. My overall point is that unavoidables do serve various purposes, and I tend to call it the healer tax because that's the most common purpose. Like in any MMO. I'm not actually talking about FF14 there. There are plenty of MMOs where the unavoidable is used to make sure that the healer has something to do. Good pull. And yeah, exactly, Jorian. I agree with that. Ah, thank you, Asdamine, for examining. So, next boss. Remember her? Because that's Tesleen. I'm gonna give quite a moment of respect before we put her out of her misery. Tesleen the Forgiven. many people, I wonder, didn't even notice that that was Tesleen when they first did this one. Fevered flagellation. Oh, right. Scold's Bridle. Is that the tank buster? Nope, that's the unavoidable. Just puked out ether, light ether energy. I love it. And by love it, I mean, ugh. Ability at this level? I do not. You know. Tickler? Is that? Yeah, that was the tank buster, the Tickler. What the hell? I actually don't know, Jorian, off the top of my head. I'll admit I'm a little ignorant of medieval torture devices because I started studying that once and then I stopped. I got to the bronze bowl and was like, nope! I'm not even using the wrong name. I think it's the bronze bowl. Whatever. Unfortunately, some of you know what I mean. It is the wrong. I'm gonna not read that, Jorian, if that's okay with you. Anyone else is free to read that, but I'm just not gonna read that. Just gonna live in ignorance. Notice they've started upping the ante a little bit with the trash now. Shut up. I admittedly tend to play my dancer as a melee. You've probably noticed that anytime you've ever grouped with me as a dancer. And it's probably partially because all my AoEs are, you know, PB AoEs, so... Excuse me, point-blank AoEs. Yeah, this is what we call trickle-feeding, or I guess actually I shouldn't say that. This is what I call trickle-feeding trash. You have to kill the trash before the next trash even spawns. In some MMOs, 4 comes to mind immediately, some of these trash, like, they don't spawn upon the death of all the previous trash. They spawn upon the death of a specific piece of trash. And that can cause issues if you don't know what you're doing. I think they stopped doing that after a bit. I think WoW does that too, now that I'm thinking about it. Did. Past tense. Yeah, this is probably one of the only flaws in this dungeon from a gameplay perspective. Well, some of the HP on the upcoming boss is a little bit too high, I think, but we'll get there. We'll see how we do. Oh yeah, questions. Right. So, how do you keep a healer engaged during a boss fight? I suppose that depends on the game. In this game? I mean, there's plenty for a healer to do in this game that doesn't involve healing. Esuna is obviously a very obvious answer. And of course, adding DPS checks is a thing you can do as well. Having positioning checks. You know, there's plenty of things to do to keep a healer engaged in this. Favorite... I already answered the favorite color. What would my Warrior of Light Sin Eater name be if they returned? I'm trying to think of a word for massacre, except in the format thereof. Like, what's the world ender? Well, it'd be like forgiven blank, right? It's always forgiven such and such. Forgiven genocide. There you go. That would be me. So I have killed many. Forgiven spreadsheet. No. Oh, I need to be doing this. Sorry. Let's see. What do you think? Oh, that's the flood question, right? So there's the Bahama question. Do you think when we save this world that the City of Elites will be destroyed due to their actions once things have settled? I like to think not, but if I'm being honest, it's also probably partially because of our interactions. Or let me phrase this differently. If we stopped the threat and then walked away and didn't do anything to clean up the mess after, Yulmore might be pretty screwed. I already answered the Woody question. I already answered that question. I already answered that question. Hang on, let me delete a bunch of these. Oh, that's an interesting one, but that's from Darth Tyrant. I don't think he's there. Do you think Kata shouldn't have happened when it did? That's a difficult question, and I need clarification. Blade Travel says, do you think limiting the... I already answered that one. I've answered a lot of these, actually. So here's our Light Warden, while we're on the subject. Interesting looking little thing. Boss music, by the way. Actually, I rather like this song. It's a good underrated RPG. I'm not sure there is such a thing. So I'm gonna go hard originally. So in case you want to know, Rex, I'm blowing my big dance right now. Most enjoyable lore run for me? The WoW lore run. No question. As much as it's old and technically less impressive than a lot of my more modern lore runs, an enormous amount of work and effort was put into the WoW lore run, and I am extraordinarily proud of it. The most technically impressive lore run I've probably done was probably the Elder Scrolls one, I'd say. Which is also pretty popular. Looks like it's hitting racks. This, and then this, and then this. Come on. Oh, I can't. Be free! Lore run I hated the most? Probably the Warcraft 3 run, which wasn't even called a lore run at the time. Attacking without telegraphing. Not exactly a new concept. One of the ways I tend to think of the modern boss design, at least when I say modern, I mean as of Shadow, obviously I don't know what they do in End, is they have a toolkit of mechanics, right? Chaining someone, and the chains have to be broken in order to move them. making you stand in a line in order to share damage. Doing a big attack and not telegraphing it, but also showing visually where it's going to hit. Tank Buster. And we're going to see the spin attack in a minute here. All of those are attacks we've seen before, and those will be attacks we see again. And you get my point. I kind of like the way they do this, though. Okay, there's the flare, and there's the get away from. Has it really been that long, Scion? I need to go. Guess that's going to be a thing. Oh, shoot. I might die from that. Nope, I didn't die. We're cool. Everything's cool. Rye died. Yeah, that's probably a wipe. Yeah, no, it's intuitive and it's understandable, and it goes back to what I've talked about several times. It's the benefit of this is how you design bosses when you don't have a dungeon journal. You know? You use mechanics that have been established previously and will be established again. So yeah, this is where yeah, Dancer has a minuscule heal, but I say might as well, because you can push out the... Nah, it's probably not happening, because now Mr. Red has to break that chain or you will die. This is probably a wipe. Exactly, Jorian. Oh, wow. That was pretty close, too. I'm actually going to release anyways. Did I really, Ross? Wow. I completely forgot that his tail also attacked during the rotation thing, so I will totally own up to that. I mean, Red's a Dark Knight. I don't think he's got this. Now, if he was a warrior... Sorry. Let's see here. Favorite Fire Emblem story? There are two that come to mind immediately. One is 4, I think? I think that's the one. It's the one with the long title that I can't remember. I've actually done a video on it. The other one would be 7, believe it or not. The first GBA one. Yeah, Holy War and the GBA one. Both of those have a pretty legit plot. Fire Emblem 3 Swords, or 3 Houses, might surpass that when I see the other houses. We'll see. As of right now, if it was just Black Eagle, no. Black Eagle kind of sucked. Story-wise. So, let's see. Evo has a question, but I don't think she's here, so I'll ignore that. Let's see here. Lore run I hated the most. Oh, I already answered that one. Alright. Genealogy, if we reviewed it, would probably review pretty badly, to be completely honest. Because gameplay. But it's no wonder why so many people, including me, mention it so positively on the story axis. Let's see here. Oh, Ross asked a question. Who's the most competent admiral in Modern Trek other than Ross? I didn't actually answer that previously. Most competent admiral. Honestly, I would say Nechayev, but she's not actually that competent. She's a mouthpiece for, whatever they call it. I can't even remember. The Federation Council. There we go. So, the same trick we did last time. I was thinking Leighton too, which is kind of funny when you think about it. Like, it's funny because Leighton's only mistake was on the, for lack of a better way to put it, civilian side of things. That man did not understand how governments work and how people react to divergences and utilizations of power and all sorts of fun stuff. Rax, he does... Man, Rax... Okay, look, I ain't here to judge, alright? But could you stop being in chains? Could you do that for me? I'm just saying, man. We're worried about you. That did. Remember about the fact that his tail attacks during his spin thing this time. I forget which ones those are, Ross. Oh, no doubt, Reggie. No doubt. If I could remake a lore run, which would I do? KOTOR, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, or WoW? That's actually funny because thanks to the review process, we're technically redoing all of those. Every single one you just mentioned. But that being said, if I was to truly... Okay, where's everyone else going? We're going this way. Cool. If I was truly to really redo a lore run, like really lean into it and really redo it, the one I would most want to redo of that bundle... Like, if I had, you know, lottery-winning capacity and a team supporting me and I can really lean into it, it's a tough one. That actually is. I think I'd lean towards Mass Effect with that bundle. Weird as that may sound. The Mass Effect lore one was decent, and I stand behind it in many ways, but it's old and it's even more out of date than the WoW lore run, frankly. And also, I feel like it's one of the ones that there's a lot to really dig into, to discuss and analyze, hence the point of a lore run. Brax, as soon as the next chain is broken, I'm gonna go ahead and pop some more cooldowns, if you care. On you! That's why I'm waiting. Come on. I got procs ready to go. There we go. Get out of there. Alright, let's pop some cooldowns. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. It's weird not having some of my abilities at this level, I'll tell you what. Melt his face. Evo asked a nice question earlier. I'm going to answer now, even though she's not here. If I could go anywhere in the world to travel, where would I want to go first? Not where would I want to go in total, because you know the answer to that. That would be all over the place. Absolutely, Scion. Absolutely. So where would I want to go first? Good job, everyone. Really, that dungeon is a little meaner than it looks, and we handled it nicely. First location? God, I'm trying to say something other than Japan. You know? Aw. Good cry in the background there. Yeah, no, it's Japan. Japan's the answer. Japan's the answer. I'm just gonna go with Japan. There's too much to see there. So, obviously that dungeon was good. I do think it does have some problems that pull it back from being a double positive dungeon. I don't think any of the bosses were individually positives. But, still a good dungeon. Hullminster Switch, absolutely. Well, ironically, I'd love to visit Sweden someday, too, but that's neither here nor there. And yeah, plus a story for the Hullminster Switch as well, because there's a story going through this freaking dungeon. God, what's her name? I just talked about her. We just killed her. What's her name? Tenless? Something like that? Tessless? It's the second boss. Tesleen, thank you. Now, Ironically, so here's the deal. My second stream is supposed to start in about 10 minutes. So I'm going to watch this cutscene, and then we're going to chop off for the day, okay? Tomorrow, we will continue with more Shadow, as always. But I'm going to go ahead and watch this cutscene first, for obvious reasons. I probably shouldn't be dancing for this, but I literally can't change, so...
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption.
Remember one of the things I said way back in ARR? It came up during the the Thaumaturge story arc. One of the things that makes us who we are and allows us to do so much is because the size of our battery, which is what we're born with, is huge. The amount of ether we can contain is gargantuan.
The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
You can say we have huge tracks of batteries. But all joking aside, that's still not good for us. And that's important to keep in mind. This is still a horribly poisonous thing to happen. It's just we can do it. Very few other people could do what we do here.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Oh, that's pretty. Look at it. Oh, didn't even realize I was kind of wincing a little bit. Yeah, imagine just being in town and all of a sudden, huh? Speaking of which, a century of that sky, give or take. Generations of that sky. Look at everyone. Look at them.
Sky.
These people have never seen stars in their lives. And yet, only the oldest of the Viera have been around since before the flood.
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Yeah, exactly, Jorian. Like, imagine you just look up one day and the sky is purple, and it's like, what?
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment?
Think about the weight. Think about how much uncertainty.
For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will.
Although in fairness, it's not like you could have asked us.
I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
I like the options here. I'll become the warrior you need. Sounds like a glorious adventure. I guess I've got no choice. We're going to go with option 1.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
By the way, did you notice Ardbert there?
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
You have no idea.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower.
Thank you, Elizar.
I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose.
You could say he was inspired to this.
And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the crystarium.
No, I did not, Valvatrix, but you know how suspicious of a person I am. I'm gonna go ahead and admit, I'm not sure when I first... Lavos! We figured it out, for lack of a better way to put it. It certainly took longer than I would like to admit, one way or the other. So I think I need to turn this in. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory and larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. I'll explain why I didn't get it later, much later, when we actually reveal who he is. For now, like I said, I've got another stream starting in like 7 minutes, and I still need to eat dinner. So, I do hope you have enjoyed, as always. Sorry for getting real earlier. Tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we will go ahead and continue this wonderful, wonderful MSQ and many gushings. And for those of you who wish to join us for D&D, well, that'll be in just about 10 minutes. So,